Hello and welcome. And it's round three of what has been an absolutely thrilling women's candidates. I'm your host, International Master Van Gahauska, and I'm very privileged and very pleased to have alongside me commentating all the action, well, the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Welcome, Judith. Hasn't it
Hi.
been a lot of fun? I know you've been commentating the Open. How have you found everything?
Well, it's thrilling. I must say that what a start in the first 2 days we had, especially yesterday. All the games were decisive in the candidates, so that was quite amazing. And also, the games were full of entertaining elements and novelties and dramas. So, I think people cannot wish something better than that so far.
Yeah, I think there must be something in the water. And let's remind ourselves of the tournament format, especially for those people just joining in. It is a double round robin tournament. The players have all earned their spot via different qualification path. And remember, this is a winner takes all tournament because they earn the right to challenge four-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun. And of course, there is a lot of money to play for with a €250,000 prize pool. But there are some differences, Judith, because the time control in the women's section is actually different to the Open. Here, the women are playing a much more standard time of 40 moves for 90 minutes, with players getting that 30-second increment per move. And at move 40, they do get that 30 minutes extra time. What do you think about that?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm puzzled with this. That how is it possible that there is a different time control for the candidates and the women's candidates? They are playing in the same playing hall, and they have the time troubles in different times. So it's kind of very strange to me because I don't exactly see the reason why should be there different time control. But of course, the players are getting used to both. So of course, all players has the same condition, and everybody is adjusting themselves to that, right? But
Yeah.
still, for me, it's very surprising that FIDE, the International Federation, decided this way, that it's possible that there are two different time controls. Um, but let's see how it works out. But I still hope that, generally speaking, we are having rules and everything that it makes it easier to understand for the public. And when we have different time controls, I think it's not necessarily beneficial for the sport.
Yeah, I would still love to be an audience member because there you can see that you can feel actually that the time pressures are going to be a lot different because in the open section, they do not get that added second time bonus per move that they do in the women's. And here it is the standings. And you can see Tan Zhongyi, former women's world champion, has got off to a flying start, winning both her games. Well, with 1.5 points out of two, it's Alexandra Goryachkina, and then three players are trailing with 1 point out of two. It is a classical scoring system. So, taking a look at the standings, is there anything that surprises you or that you especially notice?
Well, I think it's too early to say too much about the standings. For example, Vaishali is someone who is a great talent, and there are a lot of expectations from her. So it's quite strange to see her on the bottom there in the cross table, even though, of course, she's tying for what is it, six, seven, eighth place. So
Yes.
it's early to talk about too much about that, but of course, when the tournament takes off, the first two rounds counts a lot because emotionally, in every way, the beginning of the tournament is something very important. The first round, of course, it has a very special touch for every player when you are just ready to start, as the last round is also very unique. And of course, we can say that Tan Zhongji, incredible start. I mean, what else can you be hoping for more than the two out of two? And she played well also, so that is a very straightforward start, which shows that
Yeah.
she's in good form.
She is in good form, 2 points out of two. And here are today's pairings. And as always, we are in for a treat. Anna Muzychuk, she plays off against childhood rival Katerina Lagno, Leiting J, Alexandra Goryachkina. Vaishali, will she get her comeback victory or comeback result against Nurgul Salimova? And Humpy Koneru plays Tan Zhongyi. Any matchups that particularly take your fancy, Judith?
To be honest, I'm very much interested on Vaishali if she can bounce back from yesterday's loss because it was quite painful, I must say.
Yeah, it was definitely painful. And let's go straight to the bird's eye and have a look at the games because we can see that they have already started. They are in progress. So, Judith, where do you want to begin? Shall we begin with tournament leader Tan Zhongyi? There,
Sure,
right
let's
at the
start with
bottom.
that.
Yes. So Humpy Canary getting her first white of the tournament. She did begin with a double black, which I thought was, is that a good thing or a bad thing to
Well,
start?
it depends very much how you start the tournament, right? Because generally speaking, to start with two black, you know that eventually you're getting this back, the double white, because it's a double round robin. So you're not more or less playing with the white or the black pieces. But it's always, I remember when I was still competing, it was always something that, oh, I start with two black. So if I survive this one, I have to pay more attention. Of course, the preparation you make for the first day, it works some of it for the second day. So that's a beneficial thing, but it's a little unpleasant to start with two blacks. But if you make two draws, then I think it's completely fine, and you're happy with that.
Yes. And two draws is exactly what Humpy has got. But she's playing against someone which, as we saw in the pairings graphic, Tan Zhongyi. And Tan Zhongyi is someone that Humpy has a very good score in the classical game. She's won 3 games to 0 against Tan Zhongyi. But in their last classical encounter, it was a draw between them. And they did also play some rapid games. And there it was Tan Zhongyi that struck back. Do you think that Tan will be thinking about their previous track record?
It can be very tricky, when how much do you pay attention on your previous results against your opponent? Of course, I was playing sometimes with the players for 2 decades, let's say, and I did have a huge history. I'm sure you have also some players who you played so many times. And it does affect you a little bit, but not much. You somehow use this experience to work into your new preparation. And also, a lot of psychology takes place when you prepare against your opponent. So when you have quite a few games behind you, you know and understand your opponent better than if you play against someone who you never played before. And of course, this is a question that who can use these experiences and benefit out of that. So, well, when I was losing against some players, it was not a nice feeling, but not necessarily it did influence me how I'm playing that exact game. And of course, when you start 2 out of 2, you don't really care. You know that you're in good form. You play your opening, and let's go for it.
Yeah. And maybe because Tan has started with 2 out of 2, we see on move 3 that Humpy played G3. That's not something I traditionally associate with Humpy. Normally, I see her playing kind of classically with c4, but here g3 and Tan just reacting immediately with c5 and now bishop to g2. So Humpy is kind of very happy to play into a reversed Grunfeld.
Yes, I was playing Grunfeld myself with the black color, obviously, after my time, after I played the King's Indian or next to it. But I never played myself with the white color. But it
Mhm.
seems like the players, there is some jaduk going on the table. And then
Yeah,
knight c6, of course.
knight c6 played. Yes, knight c6 on the board. As far as I know, it's not a great idea to go c takes d4, especially if you're not so used to handling the Grunfeld defense. So knight c6, how will Humpy handle this one? I'm just
Mhm.
knowing her style. I think she's probably in a castle and then kind of maybe go for c3, something very solid. But we'll see. We'll see. Both the players are playing very quietly. And if with the reason why I'm kind of keen to kind of move away from this one, because this one looks like it's a quiet start, because I have my eye drawn to the bird's eye view. If we can bring that up, do you see what I see?
I see what you want to. You want to check.
I see an Evans gambit being played. And I'm dying to hear your thoughts on this particular gambit.
Well, I never played that also with white color, even though I like to play gambits in my early
Yeah.
years. I was playing the Banco Gambit and I was playing actually a lot the King's Gambit. But the Evans Gambit, I was not playing it. I know that in the 18th century there were a lot of games played on that, and it was some spectacular games. And even in modern chess, sometimes, especially in rapid or bits, some people are playing it, right?
Yes.
And these days, I think all these gambits and pawn sacrifices has a completely different meaning because since we have the engines and different kind of engines, there are people who like to work on these systems, discover new opportunities, new ideas, and of course, it can be very scary for black if you're not
Yeah.
prepared very well. You know your opponent made the homework. You know exactly that, okay, it is just a gambit. You have to pay attention, you have to be careful, and so on and so forth, but you didn't do anything wrong, right? So this
Yeah.
is something very important. And but we see that Lei is very confident about her preparation. She goes d4, taking the center. Shortly, queen b3 might show up also. So the c4 bishop shows its power and the benefit, why it's there, why it's developed to that square. And I think whenever you receive, you face a gambit, it is somehow uncomfortable, right? Because you have to say, oh, what my opponent prepared. Oh, I have to remember
Right.
the lines and so on and so forth, right? At the same time, okay, let's see how it will develop after d6.
Yeah, and just to recap, let's go through the opening moves just to show everyone exactly what their Evans gambit is. So knight f3, knight c6, now bishop c4, bishop c5, and here black thinks that they're in for a nice solid game, maybe in those quiet maneuvering Italian phases, but of course white goes b4. This is the Evans gambit, with the idea being that after bishop takes b4, as Judith mentions, white gets the center with first chasing the bishop away, and then after bishop to e7, now d4, with ideas of going queen to b3 in order to attack this pawn on f7. That is the soft spot. And here, how is the theory running? Does black go knight to a5? Does black go d6?
Well, I would think d6 is the most natural move. But also, what I would like to add to the opening that why gambits are, well, first of all, why is it popular sometimes with some gambits? Why I played also the King's Gambit and the Banco Gambit. The gambit usually means that we offer some material, but the reason we are offering it to be able to gain time. And this is what happened here also, that white offered a pawn in order that after that the c3 move and after that the d4 move comes faster with the tempo. So black was wasting time going with the last three moves. It was bishop move to c5 to b4 and going back to e7, while white was speeding up her plan to play c3 d4 very quickly and take over the center in a very energetic way. So so this is the idea to play, of course, gambits.
Yes, and it's a surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, it's obviously a very dangerous opening choice, and it's often very effective. I remember discussing this with some grandmasters against, they're called hobby e5 players. the ones who just have it as their second opening. They try all sorts of gambits against them. And there we can see Goryachkina pausing. And yeah, indeed, she did go for knight to a5, chasing this bishop away from its view towards f7. And very quickly, Lei moves bishop to e2. And I'm guessing d6 is a move, supporting the center, or perhaps maybe doing something about it. E takes d4.
Well, e takes d4 seems to be giving up the center is not something I would be in favor on. But of course, this is all theory, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
which I'm not aware of, to be honest. But the player should be aware of this system, this position, and I'm pretty sure that Goryachkina should be aware of this and should know what she's doing. Maybe she has to recall it because she not necessarily checked it today in her preparation before the game, but for the tournament preparation, she must have checked it, just even if it's only a brief
Yeah.
preparation.
Because how scary is it to be the Evans Gambit in a tournament such as this, because you know that your opponents have been preparing for months for this event. You know that it's not just one trainer involved, it's perhaps two, maybe even three people helping. And then to suddenly just whip out something as dangerous as this, I would find it terrifying.
And we know that, like Tingley, she's a very strong player. She played the last World Championship match. She was very close, actually. She had great chances to win the match, but at the end, she was not able to, and she lost the match. But she seems to be a character who knows what she wants. She's here to take the first place and be the challenger again.
Yeah. And yeah, she is working with the same team. She has, I don't know whether she's officially announced it, but she is working with Grandmaster Timur Rajabov as well as Grandmaster Raymond Song. So there we see Queen to a4 check played pretty quickly. Again, everything is coming with tempo. There's no
Well,
pause
see,
in her play whatsoever.
interesting that Goryachkina is thinking, because isn't it c6 the only
Yeah, I
move?
have to play c6. Because if you go knight to c6, then let's just put that up on the board. Then white will go d5, and that will be the end of the game because this knight cannot move. Maybe it's just a simple case that Goryachkina wants to wait, just to pause and collect her thoughts in order to calm herself down, because there must be a rush of blood to the head going on for her.
We have
This
c6 and d takes
c6,
e5 on the
d
board.
takes e5, yeah. And yeah, I've got my opening base up, and it's telling me that the main move, of course, is d takes e5, capturing in the center. So Goryachkina, again, being very careful with how she plays. She's not making any automatic moves. Maybe she's considering b5. Is that a possibility?
Well, after b5, I would consider queen d4 also
Mm,
to bring the queen into center. But of
yeah,
course, queen c2 is something also which seems to be a natural retreat.
yeah. Ooh, I'm very excited about today's games, and I feel it. I feel that the players are taking risks. Risks. They want to just determine the nature of their play very early on in this tournament. They want to show that they're eager. They want to show their preparation. They want to show they are in good shape. And you see the players all playing quite aggressively. There's no one here that's been very cautious. And there you see Goryachkina does play d takes e5. And Goryachkina yesterday did unleash some very good preparation against Anna Muzychuk yesterday, which forced Anna to burn a lot of time on the clock. And Lei, true to style, playing instantaneously knight takes e5.
Very interesting opening that the position we have on the board. Well, basically, white sacrificed the pawn, but she gained it back very fast. Black gave it back because she wants to develop, which That's what I would think, that either b5 comes immediately, or maybe black is waiting and just starts developing with knight f6.
Yeah, knight to f6. When in doubt, just develop. And here, just looking at the opening database, I can see that the main move after knight f6 is for white just to castle. And now b5 happens, queen to c2, and either queen c7 or castle kingside.
Well, it will be an interesting middle game, but more or less we see what kind of structure we are going to see in this
Mm-hmm.
game.
Yep.
The surprise was done. Goryachkina is already over the shock, if she was. And interesting middle game. It should be a pretty balanced game, I must say.
Yeah.
I mean, of
Well,
course, surprises are very important in the candidates tournament, and generally nowadays to give a surprise is it has, well, always had a great value, but I think nowadays it's easier to make a surprise for your opponent, because having the database, knowing everything what's going on and the on the scene, you have the engine, so if you invest the time, then you can figure out some very interesting things, as Nakamura shows most of the time, that he's the one who likes to pick up interesting forgotten positions or lines and refreshing it. And of course, if you work on it, then almost anything is playable.
yeah.
And maybe you have to have the courage, you have to work on it quite a bit, you have to know a lot of details about it, but if you're motivated, you can just do it. And the surprise element is a real value, of course, whether we talk about the candidates or the women's candidates here.
Yeah. Yeah, I find that this is the strategy these days, to be a moving target, just to be very flexible in your opening choice. And talking about opening, let's leave Goryachkina thinking as to how she's going to respond, and let's go back to our bird's eye view and have a look at the two remaining games that we need to consider. And I'm drawn, of course, to my childhood favorite style of play, the Petrov there between Vaishali and Salimova, where we have opposite sides castling. Or,
Yes.
or do you, or are you drawn to the other one between Muzychuk and Lagno?
No, I think they are still in the opening phase of the game very clearly, and well, as probably all of them are, and they are still all of them in their preparation. But let's go to the Vaishali Salimova game.
Yep. Okay, and here we are. We're going to start from the beginning, as it is a Petrov. And Salimova, her main actually opening choice is actually the Caro-Kann. But she has been playing the Petrov defense and occasionally plays e4, e5. So knight, here it is, the Petrov. And Vaishali, well, she did lose yesterday. Is it wise of her to kind of play in such an aggressive fashion? Because now after knight takes e4, she chooses the most aggressive response against the Petrov, which is knight c3, which has the plan that after knight takes knight, d takes e3, the bishop will develop to e3, and then white's idea is to castle queenside and just launch a kingside attack. And there you see after castles, knight to d7, castle queenside, and now it's Salimova's turn to play.
Well, after Bishop d4, that was the last move of Vaishali.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting move, by the way.
I'll check on the openings. No, hang on a second. I think we might be, according to this database, in novelty territory. So yeah, knight to f6. Yeah. According to
And
this
Bishop
online
d4.
database, bishop d4 not been played before.
Well, it's a surprising move. I wouldn't be surprised if it would be an engine move, to be honest. I mean, basically, c5 is not possible. This we can clear that the c5 is not possible, because after that bishop takes f6, and the bishop cannot take because the d6 pawn is under attack, and if black has to capture with g, then that's not the position black wants to play, with double pawn in front of the king, right?
No.
So, and normally it happens many times that black does play c5 and play queen a5, bishop e6, and it's a very healthy, energetic position for black. So bishop d4 is kind of a prophylactical move. c5 is not possible, nor c6 is possible. So it is an interesting idea, keeping black passive because of this,
Hmm.
that if black cannot push the c pawn and come with the king, queen to a5. So bishop e6 seems to be a logical continuation. And after that, if white goes king b1, let's say, already I would be considering c5, sacrificing a pawn. And if
Hmm.
after bishop f6 takes bishop f6, queen d6, and then queen a5. So probably this is already a blunder,
I don't see a way how to
right?
adequately defend a2, because if you go a3, I'm
Rook d8.
already drawn by, like, yeah, rook to d8 is going to
Yeah.
easily win. But
Okay,
yeah,
so if we go back and after bishop e6, this is why every single move counts in chess, right? So after bishop e6, probably king b1 is not a good move. If white is afraid that black can capture on a2, which I'm not sure it's a threat, then a3 is a better option, because after a3, c5 probably already does not work. Though I would anyway consider it, because after bishop f6, if let's say anyway white captures on d6, black
still the
goes queen a5,
queen a5.
and still I believe that there is a great compensation for black, because bishop c3 kind of moves are threatening, and rook d8, but of course it's still a much better version for white than it was previously,
Yeah.
because queen a5 does not come with a tempo.
Hmm. Yeah.
So white would go,
Yes.
I don't know, queen f4 maybe, but I would always be a little scared about bishop c3 kind of things.
I'm very scared about bishop takes c3. I'm also very scared about the rooks coming to the center, and I don't see white's plan of attack. I was taught that when you have opposite sides castling, the first person to attack almost always wins.
But what is interesting that well, after after commentating the candidates the first two rounds, and now I see that Vaishali has 132, and suddenly I didn't understand how come that she was thinking already 28 minutes. But this is not the case. Actually, she started out to play with 1 hour and 30 minutes, and 2 minutes she gained time, because here the starting time is 90 minutes, and since starting from move one, they receive 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
that's why she has so much time. So it's very clear that she's in her preparation. This was prepared novelty, bishop d4, while Salimova has been spending already quite some time, and she's thinking how to react. And obviously, the lines we are looking now after bishop e6, all of this Vaishali had in her time during preparation. So she knows what she wants. Maybe actually after bishop e6, knight g5 might be something to consider, or just bishop, yeah, maybe knight g5. It's a question, because maybe bishop a2 does not work yet because of b3. And
Yeah.
quickly white can continue with king b2. Though it's always a big question, all these tactics can come immediately. Black goes a5, king b2, a4, trying to rescue the bishop. And let's say after king a2 already, a takes b3, king b3, c5. So again, something good for black, right? I see you're scared.
Yes. Yeah, you saw me. I'm
Yeah.
here. I was not hiding my reaction. I don't make a very good poker player, because no, there's no way one can survive with a king on b3. One's king just does not go to that square. Oh goodness me, queen to b6 is coming. No, 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 no.
That's not where
Uh,
it belongs, right?
no.
Okay, so
Yeah.
still we didn't get much smarter what to play with white after bishop e6, because it might be a threat to play bishop a2 because of these tactical ideas that after
Could it
b3,
also
a5,
be?
a4.
Could it be something also that you see? I'm just using patterns that I know from the Caro-Kann to go c4 and then drop this bishop back to. I know this knight is coming to e4. I want
No,
it
I
all.
like it. I like it actually quite a lot. I think c4 is probably the best move.
Yeah, but then if c5 and then I somehow don't get it all. I need my bishop to be on d3 to cover the e4 square.
Yeah, I understand that after c5, it's still probably bishop f6, queen d6 does not work because
Mm,
of queen a5, right?
yeah, almost. Almost. And I'm kind of curious. So, what after bishop e6? What is the best move? And maybe it's time to consult the oracle because I'm curious as to what she has prepared against this. So,
Maybe rook
uh,
e1, or maybe it's just a developing move.
well, according to this engine, a3. So your instinct was spot on. A3
And after
is the idea.
c5,
And after c5, oh, greed is good, according to the silicon monster. Take it. And you know how the computer just can't handle sometimes being material down? It's suggesting queen takes d6, which quite honestly, I don't think anyone would be playing. Like, why would you go into an endgame when you could
well,
have some fun with queen
first,
a5?
obviously, you have to check queen a5, no question about
Yeah.
it, right?
And here it's just simply saying bishop to d3 and better for white.
Yes, because after c4, bishop can go to e4, and there is a great spot for the queen to go back, retreat to b4 after rook d8,
Hmm.
for example. So
Yeah.
that is very powerful. And also after black playing c4, the a3 white pawn is defended, so all kind of bishop c3, b takes c3 does not work for black.
Hmm.
Yes, but to play bishop d3, you need cold blood, but of course it's all preparation. So this is always a very special psychological momentum when the players are playing, when you know that the opponent was working. It's not only her idea, but she was working with an engine, she has her coaches, everybody. So actually you're playing right now still against the whole team of your opponent and not herself. This is very interesting in chess, that when you make your preparation, you make your opening preparation, obviously you have to make the middle game preparation also. What is this in the spirit of the position? What are the ideas? How it works? But there is always a point where your homework is over and your preparation is over, and then you're there on your own. And that's where it becomes very interesting, right? For the spectators, for the opponent, for everybody, because that's the time when you start thinking. That's the time when you have to make decisions on your own, depending how
Hmm.
much your time you spend, what kind of decisions you make. Are you going to enter into the time trouble or no? So that's when the real battle starts.
Yes, yes, I completely agree with you. And also, talking about opening preparation, yesterday we saw Vidit launch bishop takes h3. And I think that idea might have been known to some grandmasters, but what I liked about it was that when Hikaru responded to this wonderful bishop takes h3, Vidit was on his own, because they hadn't looked at this particular attempt. And as you mentioned, that's when things got interesting. So let's leave Salimova thinking. She's pondering how to handle Vaishali's novelty. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at our final game. And that is between Anna Muzychuk and Katerina Lagno. Now, the funny thing is that both these players, they played each other when they were just 10, well, maybe even less than 10 years old, because I think the very first time that I played Anna was when she was 13.
Hmm.
And she won. She crushed me. And I remember both of them were making their debuts in this particular. Anna was playing in the European Women's Championship, and Katerina was playing the European Individual, and both of them were making waves there. So it was two little
Mm.
school children. I think they're from originally the same area as well, Lvov.
Yeah.
Lviv. So it begins. Let's have a look at the game there on the top left corner in blue between Muzychuk and Lagno. Let's bring that up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's interesting to see that until which point they did have their preparation. It seems
Okay.
they are both spending more or less roughly the same time so far, both about
Yes.
10 minutes.
Okay.
So here we go.
Yes. Should we go from the beginning?
Sure.
Okay. Let's do it. And after game, let's go moves, and then we can see. Okay, it starts off e4. I was curious as to how Katerina would handle this. Would she go c5 just like she did in game one against her compatriot Alexandra Goryachkina? But here she decides to go e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5, a6. Very happy not to see a Berlin, Judith. Bishop a4, knight to f6, castles, bishop e7. But Katerina, she does have a quite an aggressive style. b5, bishop b3, castles, h3. And
Yes, it's interesting that these days C3, when I was a child, C3 was the normal classical move, right? And I
mm,
remember I was working on that like tens and hundreds and thousands of, well, not thousands of hours, but quite some time, because after C3 there are a lot of different reactions on the Zaitsev and the Chigorin, and there are a lot of different ideas. But of course, basically, people don't play C3 these days because of the martial attack D5, sacrificing the pawn.
yeah,
So it's incredible to see that practically you don't see on any level people playing C3 anymore, because they consider that if somebody plays the marshal, it's okay, it's a positional pawn sacrifice, black has enough compensation, you don't have too much. So people are avoiding it with all kind of different moves. H3 is one of the most common, D3 is the other one, and A4. D3 moves are the most common to avoid it. And in this game, we have H3 on the board.
yeah, h3 on the board, and then followed by bishop to b7, d3, and now d5.
Yeah, it's of course with the same spirit as the marshal, giving up the central pawn on E5.
Yeah. And e takes d5, knight takes d5. Scary to take that pawn on e5 because, as Kasa Corley was saying yesterday, he feels that there is always compensation if black has that access to the long diagonal with the bishop.
But
So,
I think after knight E5, the main issue is that black is not capturing the knight, but goes knight A5 or knight D4 and tries to
knight d4.
eliminate the white square bishop. And then black has really, with the bishop pair and the beautiful bishop on B7 on the long diagonal, great compensation. So
Yeah,
white wants to keep her bishop as long as possible and not taking on E5, but played knight C3.
knight c3. Yes, and now knight takes c3, b takes c3. And are there issues against the pawn on e5? I would assume yes, but that's because I don't like to give up material.
You're also greedy.
Yes.
David is so greedy. He loves pawns.
But he's greedy in a good way because he has this amazing ability to grab the pawn and then contort himself, making these very special defensive maneuvers, and then you're just a pawn down. Bishop f6,
But of
and
course, it's all preparation, and Anna played knight d2 instantly, which is a great regrouping idea for the knight, going to the center to e4.
mhm. And here I can see from my opening database that the main move is to go knight to a5, which makes a lot of sense to get rid of this piece.
Yes, knight a5 is always the number one idea in these kind of positions where the bishop is on b3 to eliminate the b3 bishop. At the same time, of course, it depends what kind of circumstances black can capture it. Because after knight a5 here, I guess white would be going knight e4, and after knight b3, pawn will be taking a takes b3. And it happens in these kind of positions that the a1 rook, without making any single move, it becomes very active. And also, of course, in these systems that the black went to play b5, it is very active, putting the bishop on b7 on the long diagonal. At the same time, there is a big weakness on c5. So if white can is able to play b4 at some point and then play knight c5 or bishop e3, bishop c5, white has a clearly uh, advantage, basically, because the a6 pawn is a great weakness. But let's see if this will be possible to execute as well, because we are still far
Yeah.
away from that.
Yes, and I'm just going to check the opening database. And yeah, the idea is to go knight to a5, but not to rush, like you say, with going knight takes b3, just to keep a watch on this bishop. And instead, I see that there are only 2 games on my database. White's tried bishop takes e4, and also bishop moving back to e7, just to keep the c5 square under control. I think I would prefer bishop to e7 because I like my bishop pair. And I know that you like knights.
I love knights. I love
Any
my
reason?
knight.
I
Yes,
think
because look
Vichy
at
was
that,
also.
how beautiful it would be standing on c5. Look at that.
Yes, if it gets
No?
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. But at the same time, I prefer my bishops. Give me a bishop anytime. But I think I read somewhere that Vichy was also preferring knights. But then with the advent of computers, he came to understand that the bishop is slightly better than the knight.
I see.
I can see you're unconvinced. Well,
Well, we can continue the debate on that. It very much depends on the position. I
no,
mean,
totally.
you see, it's like you like the bishop, and you tell me that the knight after knight a5, it's not going to be rushing to capture the bishop, right?
Yeah.
After knight e4. So, do you want it or you don't? Decide.
I
Exchange it
really,
for it.
I like to keep my options open. And that's
I
also
see.
another thing. And that's another thing that I've also come to appreciate in my later years, that you don't have to rush with things. You can just keep the tension going for a long time and just make your opponent think about the possibility. You can perhaps, oh, and yeah, there we see knight to e4 played. And yeah, only 2 games in my database. Bishop takes e4 was played, or bishop to e7, keeping c5 under control. But both players now just thinking, and yeah, it's a kind of interesting start to the round, don't you think? Some players have launched their opening surprises, Leiting J, with the Evans Gambit. Then we've also seen Bishop D4, novelty from Vaishali. And we've also seen Humpy Koneru going into a reverse Grunfeld. So, how is it like actually when it comes to opening surprises in such a kind of high stakes event? When you were playing in the candidates tournament, what was it like? Did you ever face any opening surprises or?
Well, actually, I played in the times when I played. The candidates were still matches, so I played several matches. And match, of course, is very different. When you play only against one person, an 8 game match, then you have to have a very different opening preparation than if you play a tournament. And I played in the 2005 the World Championship tournament, because that was the time when in 2005 Kasparov retired from his career, and then there was a vacancy for the World Championship title,
Mhm.
and it was organized in a tournament which was won by Topalov. and he became the world champion at the time. And opening preparation is always very difficult in these kind of situations, because both players, or all players if it's a tournament, everybody is working extremely hard. That's the only thing they can work on practically, right? The openings, how to surprise my opponent, what kind of new systems to develop. And it's always very stressful to start the match or to start the tournament, and how am I going to be able to use my opening preparation? I don't remember exactly if I had such an opening that was so good. I remember that I played some pretty bad openings at the San Luis World Championship tournament. It worked out some of my preparation not so well, but preparation is one thing, and it's very important that your mindset should be very fit and very good, because first of all, you want to make surprises to your opponent, but you always have to be ready to get surprises and novelties. And that makes a very big difference how you react on a surprise, whether how much you can calm yourself down, not to worry, and really focus in the present position what you have. And obviously, when you get the surprise, you know that you did not make any great mistake. So it very much depends how your mindset is, that how much you're able to concentrate to say, okay, this is a surprise, bad luck that my opponent made the first surprise and the novelty. But let's think about it, and let's spend the time, especially in the opening. You know that you have the time, so you can spend even half an hour easily on judging whether how dangerous is that novelty, calculating different lines. Obviously, you don't want to enter to very sharp lines. This is what happened yesterday with Nakamura, where he got a surprised move. He was surprised. Then he made the move after thinking quite a lot of time. Then he got another move which was surprising for him. And then he got the third surprise basically by Bishop H3. That was already something that, oh my God, what's going on? It's everything is out of control, right? And that was the moment where he had to be thinking again, just to observe and understand how dangerous or not dangerous it is. And actually, in that moment, he was very fast, because I think he got enough of it. He said, okay, there are surprises after every move. I just make a move which was knight c4 move, if our audience saw it, or check it back. And that was the bad move, because he said, okay, I just want to simplify the position, equal pawns, and it's going to be okay. It's okay for black, but it will be okay for me as well. But it was a mistake. And Vidit was so happy, and not only to surprise him with the novelty, but also he was ready to continue from on his own after that. So the mindset is very important, how you handle a novelty situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, I think now that those opening surprises have been laid, we're going to go for a very short break. But do remember that you can stock up on chess merch at the Chess.com shop. We've got you covered with fresh new t-shirt designs, mitten plushies, and accessories. Head to go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat to shop now before it's all sold out. And don't go anywhere, because you're going to see after the break whether the players are mentally fit and ready for the middle game stage.
All right, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check, so it goes towards the knight, king g7. We check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, Wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point, the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only way to lose right away. Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5, and now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block. But eventually, we find checkmate.
We are back with all the coverage of round 3 of the women's candidates. And it's been quite a combative start, as we've seen a lot of opening surprises from our players. And Judith, have you been surprised by the start? Or is it as expected?
No, I think we have some very interesting stuff in some of the boards. Of course, Goryachkina got a surprise by Lei. I mean, that is clearly was a surprise for me that it was an Evans Gambit. Now it's interesting middle game already. And well, that's the game which surprised me the most, I must say.
Okay, awesome. Well, one game that we need to check up on definitely is between Humpy Koneru against early tournament leader Tan Zhongyi, because I mentioned earlier on, as early as move 3, that I didn't think that there was any way that Humpy would be going into one of these reversed Grunfelds. I thought they should be playing it true to her classic solid style. But I can see the players are literally playing a Grunfeld where Humpy does have that extra move. Oh, and also that Humpy is down on the clock, 51 minutes, as opposed to Tan Zhongyi's 1 hour and 32. So Tan actually has more time than when she started with. So let's rewind a little bit, because we left it at c5 and after bishop g2, knight c6. I was kind of expecting a very slow move like c3, but no, that didn't happen. Instead, castles, and now here comes the theory, because knight takes d4, black takes the center. That is the business move. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, and white really has to start challenging this pawn formation. So you play c4, bishop e6, and the Grunfeld, when it's played with the black pieces, it's kind of considered a very modern opening, because you let white in that case have the center and you just go about attacking it. So now bishop e6, queen a4, queen d7, knight c3, rook c8. Stop me, Judith, if you notice anything unusual. C takes d5, c takes d5, queen takes queen. The queens are off. King takes, rook d1, bishop c5.
Well, this
Giving
is a
up
pawn
the pawn.
sacrifice, right?
Yes.
Giving
And
them the center pawn.
did she have an option to preserve that pawn? It's probably not ideal to go d4, because you can
I
probably
don't
go
think so,
e3.
because after d4, e3, and if after that bishop c5, then knight a4.
Yeah.
So in some way or another, the pawn would be falling off. And clearly the black bishop on c5 stands very beautifully. So after grabbing on d5, knight takes d5, knight took, takes. And now, of course, you can consider to play e4 possibly, but after e4, black would be just going bishop d4. I think after e takes d5, king d6, king d5 is just
Okay.
the simple way of grabbing back the pawn, or even rook c2 would be very interesting to just to keep active the black rooks. So this is definitely a position which I would be rather playing it from the black side. I mean, having the bishop in the center, controlling and tying down the c1 bishop to the b2. Though maybe bishop e3 would be still the best move, I'm not sure, just to get rid of that bishop. So this is the reason why e4 was not played by Humpy, but she took back with the rook, king e6. And now the question is whether can she create really uh, real winning chances for herself. She went back rook d1, because if e4 would be played, then I think f5 is also possible. But I would also consider maybe rook d8 was the best.
Yeah.
And
That's
just offer rook h to d8, takes, and then it's very difficult for the white bishop to move out from c1. And if it's not possible, then black would be going rook d1 and being extremely active. So it's very difficult to get out from for the bishop and the rook for white. So this was not possible. That's why rook d1 was played. So now let's consider and see what black has in mind, why she thought that this is a position where she has enough compensation. Though I must say that it is her home preparation. I mean, look at the time, how much time she was spending. It's not much of a time. She has more time than she started the game with. But of course, we don't allow us to mislead completely, because she got 30 seconds from move one. So she was still spending like 10 minutes or so, I think. Rook d8, I guess.
yeah, rook d8 was played. I found this move a little bit interesting, because my reaction was to go bishop d2 and try to get this bishop to c3.
After bishop d2, I believe black will play bishop d4.
Yeah.
Because it's true that if you, after bishop d2 you have the time for bishop c3, then you have a pawn up and everything is nice. But black is going bishop d4, I believe, so the b2 pawn is under attack. And if you go rook b1, then black goes rook c2. And the problem is
Now,
for white, she could go bishop c3, but then the e2 pawn is hanging.
yeah. I was, yeah, everything is. There's no way to make use of this pin, or maybe I could go. Nope. Bishop e3, bishop c3. Doesn't feel like much, and I cannot trap your rook on c2.
Yes,
Yeah.
black seems
Okay.
to be extremely active after rook d8.
So after rook to d8,
I mean, I don't feel like to move away to rook f1, you know? I mean, that's not the move I really want to play. Because maybe black just plays bishop b6, for example, makes space for the rook on c2, opens up the rook's file, and it looks
yeah,
like black has great compensation. I mean, look at those rooks, right? It's just a dream. This is how the pieces should be located in a position, such a position. Rooks are on the fast, bishop in a healthy diagonal, king is in the center, coming up to e6 and being ready to move more forward because in the end game, the king is one of our biggest attacker. Contrary to the middle game or opening, where you have to take care of them.
yeah, exactly. I'll be honest with you, Judith. If my student ever played like rook to f1, I would say no. Don't do that because
Yes, but
it just
the
feels wrong,
problem is
right?
it feels wrong, but there are some situations where you have to, where it's not matter of you like it or not, but maybe there is only way. I mean, right now I don't see what is the best move,
So let's okay.
but
So rook h8.
I understand your worries about the rook f1 move.
Yeah, because I like your bishop b6, and I'm just worried about the future of this bishop on c1. It's got no squares to get out to. So therefore, between that, I think I probably would press the panic button, go bishop to d2. But okay, let's be objective. I agree with you. Let's be objective. And you don't want to put your rook on e1. So let's
You
put it
don't
on
want to put it on e1 because
bishop b4 is what I
bishop
didn't want to run
b4,
out.
rook f1, rook c2, but maybe then bishop e3.
Yeah.
But
No,
actually, black can just go, I think, a6, and still there are both pawns which are hanging.
and what about, can you, no, you cannot live on the back row. I was wondering whether you could live on the back row, and it's very, very risky. I was wondering whether you could go rook takes rook first, and then try to get out with, no, with e3 and then b3, and do some of these ideas. But no, I'm not. That's not even. Again, that's a big no.
Well, the thing is that let's say if we can move on the board, if let's say you take on d8, takes on d8, and you go e3, there are new problems occur for white. Rook d1, king g2, and I think bishop b4.
Yeah. Yeah, because
And black is
the
winning
big
material.
idea that I dreamt about was to go b3, waiting for bishop a3, and then I would go bishop b2. So just to show that to everyone. So if
No, on
black plays a
b3, on
random move,
b3, bishop c3
b3,
first. Ah,
yes,
yes, yes.
yeah, and then this was the whole thing. After bishop a3, it looks like black is doing okay, but you can go bishop b2, and then you get away with it. But as Judith's pointing out, you do have this very clever move, bishop to b4, not a6. that, of course, is not to the point. Bishop b4, and if you go b3, then whoops, the bishop will come to c3, forces rook to b1, and there's no way you're getting out of this one.
No, bishop d2 now already.
Yep, and that's it. You're going to lose there. So that doesn't work. Rook takes rook. And if we go rook, let's go to rook f1. So we are insistent on keeping that pawn, unless there is some.
Well, there are some situations where you have to say that maybe to decide to go for a draw is the best solution, and then you have to go for a draw. But before we go for a draw, I would go bishop d2. And after bishop d4, I would go bishop c3.
And then after.
But of course, this is
bishop,
also
your
pretty
idea is.
drawish. Takes on d8, takes b, takes c3, and then rook d2, of course. And black gets all the activity, and black has a very beautiful position. And okay, white has a pawn up, but the problem is that first of all, black can take it back anytime probably, because for example, after king f1 or e3, black goes rook c2 and captures the c3. And black is better after that because black is more active. But it should be a draw actually. But black is more active. Black is the one who is attacking, and white is the one who is defending. But it should be a draw at the end. But it's not a nice position for white. I mean, the game position is black has great, great, great compensation.
And yes, bishop c, and what about to b1? I just want to point out one thing, that if you do try to go rook c1, I just wanted to show that rook takes rook. And then if you go bishop takes rook, you do have bishop takes f2, check. And it's a cheapo, but it's a nice one.
Yeah, it shows that white is the one who has to be careful very much in this position. While she has a pawn up, she has to be careful very much because there are a lot of tactics which she has to look after.
Yeah.
And the last move was very important for black, rook d8.
Yeah, rook to d8 is very
By
nice.
the way, I don't understand exactly why white went to d1. Why not to d3?
Okay. Rook to d3.
Yeah.
Well, we actually have a move. I just maybe is e4 an idea?
Yeah, and after e4, I thought to go rook b3. And then bishop e3 can be a spot. And don't forget that after e4, I have more space for my bishop to develop. e3, f4 as well.
Yeah. And if I just continue with the plan, which is to go rook h to d8.
Then I can go king f. Well, yeah, it's also still tricky.
Yeah. Well, we do have some moves.
Yeah, and I think I understand what her idea is. Maybe we have rook takes d8, bishop g5. And now maybe the idea is that after black goes f6, white can go rook c1, the intermediate move. So if bishop f2, black gains back the pawn, that's not very useful because takes fg5 and black has double pawn on the g5. So white has a clear advantage. Rook c7 to start with, but also rook c6, rook a6. So this is not good. So after rook c1, bishop bishop d4 or bishop b6? This is the question. And then white will be playing, I think, bishop e3.
with the idea after bishop takes b2, the rook will come either to c6 or to c7.
Yeah, but probably black can simply take on e3. F takes e3, goes rook d2.
Yep.
And king f2, rook takes b2. Rook c6, king d5, rook a6. This is more or less how it can go. And of course, after rook b7, it's pretty equalish.
Yeah. And what about if you try to go hunting for pawns on the king side? Is that anything?
How?
So maybe how? Okay, so you have to go king f2. What happens if you just go like this? Rook c7 immediately.
Well, I take on a2.
Mm-hmm. Take this one.
h5. You want to go rook h7.
Yeah, so I'm just working it out. Rook h7, and I want to steal the pawn on h5, and then
Actually,
go
this is
to
what
h8.
we are heading to. The game is continuing this way, and they are
Okay,
playing
well,
it
we'll have a
out.
look. Rook c1, bishop b6 played, bishop e3, and it seems like Tan has seen this all before on the analysis board at home, because after bishop e3, bishop takes e3, played without too much thought, and after pawn takes bishop, rook to d2, and now do we have a move? I'm expecting maybe rook c7, king f2, so king f2 first, and
I
then
think
rook
you have to
c7.
first.
Yeah, you have to go king f2. You need to activate your king. Well, I'm going to predict that this is going to end in a draw. Very controversial here. I think that Tan Zhongyi has done some excellent preparation. Sorry. And she's seen this all before. She knows exactly what to do.
Well, she still has more time than before the start of the game.
It's always a good sign. And yeah, I'm expecting a very quick out-tempo rook takes b2. There's really nothing to be done. 23 moves in, and we're in a rook and pawn endgame. This is opening preparation, folks. This is modern day chess. Rook takes b2. I'm expecting rook c7.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. Move 23. Yeah, I don't know
So
if
we
he's
just
sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just okay. Just to quickly just go through this one line. Rook c7, and
Yes, rook
I'm
a2.
attacking a7, and I'm attacking g7. So you should be taking on a2. So I celebrate a little
Actually,
bit
I'm
because
not even sure. I'm not even sure that she's going to be playing rook a2 because
aha,
e5 is also possible, maybe, and somehow
okay,
to push e4 and leave the king on f2, which cannot get out. That's also possible. But okay, let's say because rook c7, rook a2, rook g7 is more fun,
yeah,
and then let's play h5,
mm-hmm,
rook h7, right?
yes,
And then let's say go a5.
okay. Now I'm stealing your pawn.
Well, if you went to h7 already, then you better do that, right?
Yes, I've got to be consistent.
a4, a4.
Okay, now I get my rook to h8. Planning to put my rook behind the a pawn, but
Yeah, this is the question that what's the easiest draw here with black? I mean, let's say I just go king f5.
mm-hmm. And I think I might go h3. I don't want your king to get to g4.
a3.
And then rook a8.
And now what to do? What are you going to
Maybe you
do?
can just wait.
Yeah, king
Just go
g5, let's say.
your king g5 and
Though I was thinking to play e4
yeah,
also.
I was well, the players are heading into this because I can just see
And
Humpy
she did
played
not
rook
go rook
c7.
c7. She went rook
Oh, she
c6.
didn't. Ah, okay, rook c6 check. Ah, okay,
Rook
I
c6.
saw the on the camera the long range hand movements. Rook c6. This yeah, but this one after rook a6, this rook comes back to b7
King
and
f5.
king f5. And I agree with you, actually. I think that after rook c7, we might see something like g5.
Well, here already, yes. Actually, even maybe after rook c7 immediately, she just had the idea to play g5.
G5 and just lock this king out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, white has such an ugly pawn structure, being having the two pawns on e2 and e3, the double pawns, that basically you cannot really do anything with such pawns.
Yeah, and Humpy's just played rook a6, rook to b7. And this is as level as they get, Judith.
But you know,
But
there is no draw for before 40.
exactly. So the players are going to have to get creative on how to repeat the position 3 times, or they're going to have to play it out until move 40 and then offer a draw. So rook to b7, just excellent opening preparation there from Tan Zhongyi. She's equalized, and we expect this game to be headed towards a draw. So let's bring back the bird's eye view and see if there is some fun and excitement in the other games. So anything that catches your eye?
Well, actually, it's we have all the other three games are quite interesting, and we can even say that it's getting pretty sharp. Um, the Anna versus Katarina is the most balanced game for the moment. If we look at the time, for example, also that they are
Mhm.
very close to time, they spent about the same time, and Anna just brought her queen out to h5 in the previous move,
Yeah.
and she has some energetic ideas. Probably she wants to play bishop
Should,
g5 or
should we head there? And because the most moves have been played. Because
yeah, we
I
can
can
go there
see.
also. But the other one is also interesting with Lighting G versus Goryachkina. There is also very interesting situation. An interesting
Okay.
situation there that the move knight g6 was played last. She moved
Okay.
away with her knight from the center. But you can pick if
Okay. I'm picking the Leighton J Goryachkina because the Evans Gambit that Leighton J employed did win over my heart a little bit. I'm not actually a Gambit player myself, but it did used to be when I was a kid. And
Mhm.
I'm a Brit, and we love the romantic school of chess. So let's kind of recap a little bit. What were the moves played? So we left it after d takes e5, and of course the game continued. D takes e5, knight takes e5, and here Goryachkina just went knight f6, castles, queen c7, knight f3, the knight retreats, it was under fire, b5, the queen is attacked, queen c2, and now after castles, then knight bd2, and the bishop. Did the bishop come out to rook e1 and knight g4? I'm just checking in the database whether anyone has ever played knight to g4 because that looked like a bit of a strange move. Okay, so rook e1 is not so normal according to this database. It's much
Mhm.
more common to go knight d2 in this particular position and continue, but rook to e1 and now knight to g4 was the move.
It's
Uh-huh.
interesting that she started to attack and provoke h3.
But there was no threat. on h2
Yeah,
because the
but
knight is on
somehow you
a2.
don't feel comfortable seeing the knight on g4 putting pressure on h2. But moreover, after rook e1, from this point of view, it's a logical move to put pressure on f2. So you cannot go
Yep.
knight bd2 because bishop c5.
Hmm. So yeah,
So on f2, something bad can happen to you after rook e1, knight g4.
yeah. Okay, makes a lot of sense. So kick that knight away. It's in your side of the board anyway. So knight to e5, knight d2. And now here it comes, knight to g6. As you pointed out, the knight has used quite a few moves to get to the adjacent square to where it stood originally on f6. So what do we think? Was that energy worth it?
I don't know. It's a very big question, I think, because usually we say that the knight stands worse on g6 than on f6. But the reason why Goryachkina went with this maneuver, probably that she weakened, we can say, with h that white played h3, and now if she can reach to with the knight to f4, that can be very difficult for white to handle because she never can push g3 because the h3 will be hanging. At the same time, it took her 3 moves,
Hmm.
and it's a lot of time that she was spending on regrouping her knight. Why, you could ask that maybe she could have developed with her bishop, and after knight bd2, she could just go knight h5 and trying to reach to f4. But of course, having the pawn on h3, it's a different story.
Hmm.
But let's see if she really had time for something like this, which she did.
My first impression is even if the knight gets to f4, it's not a big deal because you can tuck this bishop back on f1. I understand it's a difficult piece to dislodge, so I'm
I would even,
inspired
sorry,
to
I
move
would
this
even
knight.
go bishop f1 in
Uh-huh.
prophylactic mode.
Yes. Okay, so I continue with the plan. I put my knight on f4.
And I go e5.
Yeah.
And you know I like knights, so I want to bring my knight to e4.
I can see it coming. After I made that statement about how I preferred the bishop, when you played e5, I was like, oh no, the knight is coming into the center.
It's coming to
Okay. Yeah,
g5,
yeah.
knight e4, knight
Okay.
g5.
Yes. It is coming and I don't like it at all. Okay, so I got to be a bit more careful. So can't jump in with the knight to f4.
The
e5.
same time, at the same time, if you did f4, what was the reason to make this tour with the knight, right?
Yeah, but I can wait a while, right? I can just develop. Don't know where. I'll be honest with you, because if I put my bishop on e6, I'm worried about this knight potentially jumping into d4.
And you're
Potentially.
absolutely, you have all the good reason to be worried about that. Because
Yes.
I come with my knight. You know that.
Yeah, I know. My words are coming back to bite me in this game.
It will chase you all night.
I tell you, it will. So yeah, this knight will come here, and then it'll jump into there. And if I let
And
go
I
of this,
come with my other knight too, from
yeah,
d2
you're
to
gonna come
f3.
in to e4, and yeah, whoops, and that's gonna be problems against h7. So okay, be careful. Think. Okay, so what else to do? Um, this knight's not working. This bishop, okay, is it's something. What I really want is I want to get you to go knight to b3, but maybe I just need to improve my bishop a little bit. Bishop to d6. I can see that the evaluation bar goes up in white's favor, but I just feel like I'm wasting too much time. I'm not following the.
Well, the thing is that it seems like the only thing black is doing to do every move in order that white cannot push the pawn to e5.
Mhm.
But at some point, I think white can play c4 and bring the bishop to b2, and suddenly white has a beautiful position. I
Yeah.
mean, white has, look at that, and my rook on e1 stands perfectly well. Bishop on f1 is just fine. I mean, I just have to play once in the game e5, and then it's beautiful. So I
Yeah,
don't know what she
no,
has in mind.
I'm not
You know what?
liking bishop d6. Huh?
You know what? Maybe she wants to go after bishop f1, knight h4 to exchange a knight, pair of knight. She wants to hunt my knight, maybe. But also,
Yeah,
I
but
take knight f3 and then e5.
yeah, and black has wasted too much time.
Yeah.
And like you say, there's just no coordination whatsoever between these minor pieces. I don't like this one at all. E5 is coming next. There's beautiful bishop points here. Yeah, no, not a fan of this position for black. Okay, so what is her big idea? I feel maybe don't put the bishop on e6. Maybe put the bishop
Can
on
you go e5?
d7. Hmm?
Sacrifice the pawn. Can you go c5?
Aha. I considered that for one moment, but then I realized bishop takes b5, and I thought, no, I'm not
c4.
staying away from that one. But yeah,
I want to go c4.
okay. And if I do, I suggest this against one of the best attackers in the world? Do I get greedy?
Well, Vidit showed us the move.
Ah, okay.
Bishop h3 will be in the
Bishop
air.
h3, bishop c5.
I don't know if
Yeah,
immediately,
maybe.
but it's something to consider for sure. To take a knight f4. I mean, the bishop on b5 is so much out of the whole game.
That is true. Okay, and if I respect, I respect that you're coming at me with your knight on f4, and I just drop this knight back to
To f1, yeah.
f1. Yeah, this bishop has a hiding place on a4.
Hmm. That's true. And you want to bring my knight to e3 and d5
Mm-hmm.
one
Yes.
day.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, my a5 knight is not a knight that I can be proud of, to be honest. I mean, I can try to play a6, bishop a4, and then regroup it to knight d7, knight b7, c5. But white can just move the queen to e2, and then knight c5. The c4 is hanging, or bishop c2 simply. I mean, white has pawn up, right?
Yeah. Why does it pawn up? And I did like your idea of going knight to d5 as well.
Well, for the moment, we cannot do it once we have the queen on e2 because knight f4 with the tempo, though the c4 pawn is attacked as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah.
like very much bishop f1, but in the game we have a4.
Ooh, a4.
Which also seems to be not a bad move.
a4 with the idea of going c4.
Well, I don't think so. Because after c4, black pushes b4, and black suddenly has the a5 knight makes sense and supports the passed pawn. I think she just wants to keep the tension. She wants to include this move a4, a6. Because
Mhm.
after a knight f4 anyway, bishop f1. So it's either a6 or knight f1, bishop f1, knight f4, bishop f1, a6.
Okay,
But
knight
I don't know
f4,
what
f1.
white is gaining out of this.
Yeah. Well,
I was happy with bishop f1.
yeah. Well, a4 always has the possibility that you can this knight on a5 is loose, so I can kind of see the point of that. And if you just kind of go bishop f1, continue as per the plan. But how easy is it to see bishop f1? Probably pretty easy.
Well, I think it's a pretty easy move because it's a prophylactical move. You just
Yeah,
want to
exactly. Knight
go ahead. You
f4 is
cannot
coming.
play e5 immediately. So you go bishop f1, and if knight f4, then you're ready to prepare to play something.
Hmm. Okay, and then if the bishop comes, my problem here with the black pieces is I don't know exactly where to put them. So let's put them here. Bishop c5. And look at the evaluation bar. It's like always going in white's favor. It's a difficult task. If we're struggling to come up with a concrete plan for black, it does mean that the position is easier to play for white. Because this idea of going e5 followed by a knight jump into e4 is very, very strong, as is this whole idea of also getting the knight to d4 if allowed, jumping into d5. I also loved your plan of going bishop b2, c4 at the right time, and white stands in a beautiful way. But let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we did see one game that was on the highway to the draw. So let's just take a look and see whether a result has been decided. And that was the game between Humpy Koneru and Tan Zhongyi. And we left it at this rook and pawn endgame. And you know what they say, Judith? All rook and pawn endings are drawn. So let's have a look at what happened. The rook came to a4, h5, king to f3, rook c7. And the thing is, the players are not allowed to offer a draw. And there we can see on the camera that the players have found a threefold repetition. And that was achieved by just the rooks shuffling from c7 to d7, and the rooks moved up the board. And there we see the players. Have you ever had to claim a draw by threefold repetition?
I think so. I think yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the
It's very
secret is,
important.
which is not to make the move.
Exactly.
You cannot make the move.
You got to write down the move. This is also very important. You write down the move, you stop the clock, and you say, I'm calling over the arbiter, because as soon as I play this move, the position will have repeated 3 times. And there we can see in the background that Alexandra is also taking a peek over to what's happening. But it was just a very level game. And Tan Zhongyi, she is finishing the game with more time than she started.
Yeah, very clear preparation today.
Yes.
They are checking whether it has been correct.
And I think the rules are, if the position is repeated 5 times, the arbiter must intervene and declare the game drawn. But this is,
Really?
I think. Yeah, I think. So
They didn't make it yet. She missed it. They say there was no threefold repetition, so they still have to move on.
yeah.
But what move is it?
It says move 31.
Yeah, they
And
don't want
she
to
wanted
waste
to
her.
play rook c7. Maybe she claimed it incorrectly. Maybe she made the move first and then claimed, in which case it's not threefold repetition, because Humpy can vary. And the players are discussing. This is where I really would love to have a player microphone, so I could kind of hear what they've been saying. Okay, rook a4. And maybe now the position has been repeated 3 times.
It seems like the arbiters are checking it, but somehow it was. I mean, this rule is a good rule in some ways, of course, that they don't allow the players to make quick draws. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it works very well. At the same time, in such a positions, it's kind of not so comfortable to do it, and especially if they miscalculate that if is it really threefold repetition or no, then it can give this unpleasant moment or inconvenience.
Well, we
But
do have our first result of the round. That was a draw between Humpy Koneru and Tan Zhongyi, and also a perfect point for us to take a short break. But, well, something exciting is coming your way because Chess.com is so excited to support the launch of Chess Up 2, a revolutionary smart chessboard that will change how you learn and play the game. With technologies such as touch-sensitive pieces, which will trigger all legal moves to light up on the board when you pick up a piece, and optional AI assistance, Chess Up 2 meets you at your skill level and supports training and growth. Chess Up 2 even allows you to play Chess.com bots on the board. If you're ready to learn more about Chess Up 2 and save $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter, head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat. And on that note, we are going to take a short break and see you in a few minutes.
Film the most extreme chess challenge I've ever done. I'm gonna be playing 4 games at the same time, and every kid is gonna be armed with a giant super soaker gun. Let's see if I can win all 4 games. Okay. Why did I sign up for this? This is like extreme sports. Oh my gosh, I can't even see. These two are like really brutal. I feel like I haven't even been attacked on that side. Why are you all defending your kings? Like, just let me win. Okay, all right, that's fair. I'm gonna be so excited when your water guns run out of water. I'm just gonna like... Oh yeah, yeah. How about you all do it at the same time for like 30 seconds straight? Hey. Just... Yay! I play this. It is mean, yes. How does she still have water? Oh my god. Checkmate. Good game. For some reason? Well, that means he probably enjoys chess, right? For some reason. No? That was so fast. I'm down to 2 boards. Ah! How do you still have so much water? Okay, no problem.
I'm done.
Okay, yay! Ah, I had a feeling she was lying. That's checkmate. Good game. I can sacrifice my queen. I'm just saying, you're so mean. Ah! Good game. You lasted the longest. I'm trying to shake your hand. Woo! That was very fun. Thank you for volunteering. You know, actually, I feel like getting revenge.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on Chess.com.
We are back with round 3 of the women's candidates. And so far, we've already seen one game finish in a very calm draw. It finished in a rook and pawn endgame between Humpy, Koneru and Tan Zhongyi. But in the other 3 games, we've seen opening surprises, we've seen an opening novelty, and also opposite side castling. Now, taking a look at some of the bird's eye view. Sorry, I'm just dashing straight into the games because Judith, I'll be honest with you, I can't wait to get stuck in to the analysis. And one game which I'm just absolutely dying to hear your thoughts is the game between Vaishali and Salimova, because there Vaishali launched an opening novelty with, according to my database, that is, with bishop to d4. And we left it when on this position when bishop d4 had just appeared, and we were considering bishop to e6. But Salimova went bishop to d7, and after h4, rook e8. I'm really, really intrigued. How is white going to continue the attack? And would you go h5, g5?
Yeah, in this system, this h4 is very common. H5 is a question whether do you go h5 or... First of all, I think white has to understand what's the point of rook e8. Because after rook e8, there are new opportunities arises for white, whether is she going to be pushing h5, continuing her pawn move, or to somehow to figure out to play knight g5, because that's also an idea here, to go knight g5. And if, let's say, black goes h6, h4 pawn is perfectly fine supporting the g5, even in this case, because most likely black is not going to be capturing it, because it would be so dangerous for black in many cases. For example, if pawn would be already on f3 or bishop d3 exactly, then it's not possible to take it. At the same time, what does it do there? Does it have a real threat? This is the question, whether knight g5 or she can try to go bishop c4 instead.
Yes.
So probably that's what she's thinking, that after rook e8, the game
I just wanted to show this, how dangerous it is, because a lot of people are going, well, hang on a second, a knight is a knight, but a knight is not a knight, because here there is open h line for the white rook to attack. And if this knight does come to e4, I think we're going to be in our element, aren't we, Judith?
g6.
g6, yes. And knight takes queen, bishop takes pawn. Oh man, I wish you had control of the mouse, because I feel like you should do the honors here. Rook h8. And that's a beautiful checkmate.
But I'm not sure we are 100% right, because after g6, there is a very funny move which I'm noticing here. Bishop g5. And the idea, not taking the queen, but attack it again. But the main idea is that if white goes g takes f and king f8, I think it should be winning for white, but still it still has to be discovered how it's winning. Maybe what's the best, just to continue the firework. Let's go rook h8, and after king e7 I want to go queen g5 and rook e1.
Me too. I was itching for that one. So rook e1. Ooh.
But I'm not sure we're winning, because knight e6, and after f takes e8, queen takes e8.
Yeah.
Because if bishop e8, then actually we can go rook e6 and rook e8. If queen e8, then we have to take, and bishop g7.
Yes.
But it's still not over. Takes, bishop g7, rook g8, and then grabbing the g2. But white has at least a pawn up.
Yeah. Okay.
But from that position, this is not what we wanted, right?
No, but it was just to show, again, I just wanted to highlight how dangerous it is, actually. Of course, after knight to e4, you can make other moves. You can potentially go queen.
No. G6 is winning, actually. G6 is winning.
Okay.
Because after bishop g5, we take on f7 and we go f4.
With the pawn?
Yeah.
King f8 and then f4.
f4. And if takes on d2, then we go rook h8, and we go rook e1 check.
Yes. Very nice. Yeah. So we just wanted to highlight it's very, very dangerous to just grab the material and allow white to have a beautiful attack on the H line. It's just too dangerous. It's too hot to handle. So of course, going back to the game position, H4, rook A8, and look at that, knight to G5 played. So now white has the ideas of going bishop C4. As you mentioned, this pawn on H4 is nicely anchoring this knight on G5. So how to continue with black?
Well, this may be the continuation of the game, what we just checked, and we should not forget about the fact that Salimova was spending a lot of time already in this game, more than an hour, because she has only less than 35 minutes for the game, and we are only in move 12.
12.
It's only
Yes.
move 12. So it is also kind of tricky sometimes with your preparation. And this is also a very important element, how much you can surprise your opponent at the very early stage of the game. And the idea of what is the idea of surprises, right? It does not have to be winning, or of course you wish that you have a novelty which is winning. But in such positions, you don't make novelties that you're going to make a huge difference. The main idea is that you create a new move and then you analyze it at home so you know the different ideas, and the time is ticking and your opponent is spending the time thinking, oh, what is the home preparation of my opponent? How should I be developed? Oh, knight g5. Again, she comes back. Maybe my opponent knows this idea. Can I go h6? I don't know. Maybe there is some engine move. And then all these things takes away your concentration sometimes, but definitely your time. And this is
Yeah.
what's happening with Salimova in this game, that she was spending a lot of time, and she made only 2 moves after bishop d4, right?
Yeah.
So this can be the big danger of a new move or unexpected move, how to react. So this is why it's very important what kind of mindset you are, how well you can react on a new move.
Yeah. And it's also it shows you need to be familiar with the positions and familiar with the type of attacks that you can be facing, because here, knight to g5, it is quite a standard idea. h6, remember this pawn on h4 is nicely anchoring this knight. And in order to meet this, perhaps Salimova needs to be thinking in concrete terms. I'm just thinking d5 is a possibility. But again, at every single turn, you need to be thinking about your bishop takes f6 idea. Okay.
Well,
Oh,
I would
we have
think
h6. h6, and I'm expecting bishop c4.
me too. Though we did not
Okay.
check after bishop c4, we did not check d5, but I think it cannot be the move because white is really going for bishop f6, and maybe just knight f7.
There's knight f7 immediately.
I'm not sure. Maybe queen d5. Actually, queen
Yeah,
d5 was much better.
I was looking
Yeah,
at
queen
queen
d5.
d5. Woohoo! Queen takes f7 was my big idea.
Yeah.
I didn't think about checkmate. I see a pawn, I want that pawn. So queen d5, and here, well, too much
So
pressure
d5.
against f7.
So d5 is not possible. But then let's go back and let's say after bishop c4, does black have to go rook f8? But it means something, maybe queen d3. Queen d3 can be a very unpleasant move, threatening bishop f6 and mate on h7.
Yeah,
It
let's show that.
seems.
So if white goes a move like d5, I'm just putting this up, then queen to h7 is going to be a horrible finish for black. You don't want to be falling for that one. So queen to d3, it's very nasty threat of bishop takes knight, removing the defender, and this queen coming to h7. So how do you handle that? I don't see it.
Okay,
Other
so
than
this is not possible.
well, unless you're going to go pawn takes knight, which I've already given a caution against that. So
So maybe we
no,
can go back. Maybe we have to go back to those lines. But it's
this one.
there. No, but now I found another very interesting
G5.
checkmate. No,
Hmm.
let's take on g5. I want to show you this.
Yeah, pawn takes.
h6 g5, and after knight
Yeah.
d4, you know what I do? Rook h8.
Ah, yes. Oh, the
But it's
the
not
evaluation
good.
bar says no.
But why is it not good? Takes bishop f7 was my move. And then rook h1 checkmate. Why is it not good?
Well, maybe there's bishop takes.
Bishop
No,
takes
because
rook
bishop takes
h1
g5, you got rook h1.
and queen h6.
We have bishop h3,
Rook h1.
rook h1.
I can't believe it that I made a move which is losing and I don't see it why.
Well, it's not obvious. Maybe
Maybe knight g5?
knight g5.
No, but
No,
knight
no.
g5. No, it's
You can
rook
even
h1
go
and
queen
bishop
rook
g7.
h1.
Knight h7? No.
If you go knight h7, then I just go
Queen d3.
queen d3. No, it's already. I know. Okay.
No, actually, bishop g7. I thought bishop g7 should be checkmate somehow.
Okay, bishop g7.
I think we should take this bar off. I mean, it's just going on our nerves. It's like every move, it's full optimism I make, and then no, it's
No,
losing, it's winning.
no. This is like one of those tactical puzzles. Okay, hang on a second. This is annoying me. So here, there's like one move to. I mean, the only thing that I can see is queen c8.
I mean, bishop
Just
f5 is losing because rook h1, bishop h7, rook h7, g6, and queen h6 mate.
yeah. Oh no, no. Okay. So the only thing that I can see is to defend this is queen c8.
Queen c8.
Yeah, and then the whole idea is after rook h1, this
Yes,
bishop
bishop h3, and I
rescues the
want to,
day.
and queen
And then I
e3.
have, yeah, then get out of here with this.
Bishop at g5, bishop g5, f4, and you go what? Bishop h6 or?
I'm thinking that there's some tactics here. Bishop h6 is one move.
Well, maybe that's the move. Bishop h6, rook h3, king h7.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so my brilliancy with rook h8 doesn't work.
Okay. No, it doesn't quite work, but I really don't think that there's any hope that Salimova will be taking that knight on g5. But there's
Well,
a big
first of
issue.
all, but what can you do after bishop c4?
Not take the knight. I think you have to go. Okay, you can go bishop e6. That's like
Sorry?
bishop e6. That's just to give up material in order to neutralize white's
No,
attack.
but
That's my failsafe.
no, but
But
that's you're completely lost. It's a pawn down bishop pairs. I've heard this before that bishop pairs are important.
yeah.
No, bishop e6
Yeah, well, that was just my way to not lose on the spot. Okay, so I think rook f8. Okay, so let's be methodical about this. Rook f8.
we said
I
queen
see the
d3.
queen d. Yeah, queen d3. I just kind of. Okay, hang on. Do we have this move? And then I'm going to go bishop f5.
Well, I have queen d5 and take on f7, but
Yours.
let me think here whether. Let's see what kind of moves we have. Well, let's start with bishop f6, okay?
Yeah. Bishop f5. That was my one hope. It's even tempted to go bishop takes bishop.
Well, it is a big temptation, to be honest.
Yeah. Thing is, though, that's worrying is that this is the type of position where Vaishali is in her element. She comes from the Ramesh school of chess. It's all about calculation. It's all about those chaotic positions, just like just the same style as her brother. And I'm pretty sure that the first move that she's going to be looking at, you can see it there in the corner, is bishop c4. And I don't know.
Absolutely.
I feel like in this particular analysis position that we have is that I feel like bishop takes e7 might happen.
And after bishop d3, capturing with what?
Yeah, I was also thinking about bishop
Rook?
takes. Yeah, bishop takes rook maybe has bishop takes.
I
But
don't think
maybe
we
we
can
capture
take
with a
it.
rook.
And we have bishop
No.
d3 on the board.
Ah. Uh-huh.
But I still believe bishop c4 was the move.
Yeah, I think so too. So let's go to the game position. I'm just going to check with the engine. I'm just going to put it on and see what the best move was. Bishop c4 is the best move. And in response to that, he thought black's only try was to go d5. Anything else was just terrible for black. And bishop to d3, it wasn't so favorable about, but it says white is slightly better. There you can see the evaluation bar start to creep down. Bishop d3.
Well, it's very clear that bishop c4 was the critical.
Mm-hmm. And now there's no way that you want to be taking this knight on g5. It's completely poisoned because this bishop is primed at the h7 square. So don't do that. But Salimova doesn't need to meet a threat. There's nothing that I can see, right?
Exactly.
There's no.
There might be a threat, maybe bishop g6 at some cases.
Because I was wondering if there's no threat, maybe black can go d5 and c5.
But after d5,
Oops, there is a threat.
can I go bishop g6?
I will take.
Bishop f6 was my plan. Takes queen d5, bishop e6. Yeah, you go just bishop e6. Queen b7 I have. Maybe. No, queen e6. No, queen e6. And I'm a pawn up.
Yeah. Yeah. But okay, bishop g6 is a nice idea.
But I'm not sure it works. Maybe h takes g5 after bishop g6.
Yeah. H to g5, yes. And after
Okay,
here?
so let's go. Well, maybe just fg.
Yeah. And you
I
have
gave
cover.
up too much.
Yep. Okay. So no. So after d5, I can just see the evaluation bar definitely doesn't approve of this.
Yeah, it's a question. Why is it so bad? Simply maybe bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop h7, king f8, knight f7. That's the move. And if queen e7, then knight h8. And if king f7, queen d5, and bishop e6, queen h5.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. So d5 is not working. So let's go back because rook takes
Well,
queen
I'm
is
worried
the
pretty
bad
much
news.
for Salimova. She's having
Okay.
a very difficult situation
And
to
the clock
play.
is ticking down. It's not good, and they're only on move 13. But on the other
Yes.
hand, okay, so d5 didn't work because it allowed a check. Let's humor me. Is c5 the same business? And it could very well be that, right?
Well, not exactly, but after c5, the problem is bishop takes f6, bishop h7, and the d6 is hanging.
Yep.
So here,
And
that's the problem, because
that's a
king
big
h8, knight
problem.
f7. Exactly.
Okay, so no c5, and now she has to take some precautions against her king. So bishop f6 is a concrete idea. But how
Well,
to
for
fight
example,
against it?
queen c8 may make sense for two reasons. First of all, I want to go bishop f5. Secondly, I want to go possibly after bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop h7 to h8 with the king. Though it's possible both to go to h8 and to f8.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I think
was
it's very
wondering,
dangerous for black, this
yeah, I
position.
was
Also
wondering
after
about
bishop
this type
d3.
of queen to d. Bishop where?
No, generally after bishop d3, instead of bishop
Mhm.
c4, what was played, also it is a very difficult position for black to play. Very dangerous.
Yeah, extremely, extremely dangerous. I didn't quite see that bishop takes f6 was so dangerous, but it is.
Well, for the moment, it's not deadly dangerous. So it's not a threat, because until the pawn is on d6, black is kind of safe from disrespect.
Okay, and can you just admit that you made a mistake and go rook f8? Just to cover f7. I mean, I don't like it one bit. Oh, hang on a second. Always
Bishop
introducing new.
f8, I just started to think about that as well, but I think bishop c4 should be coming.
Mm.
And also the question is, after bishop f8, what is your next move? I mean, why can continue the play with
c5,
f3,
d5.
g4? You want to go c5?
Yeah. I'm fed up of waiting.
So after f3, you go c5.
Yeah. I wonder whether you could introduce a new piece into the attack.
Yes, I was wondering on queen f4, but also you can go c5 anyway, I think.
Yeah, then can I ruin your pawn structure?
Queen f6.
And I'm so close. I'm looking at bishop h7. It doesn't quite work.
And after king h8?
Yeah, then I was looking at knight takes f7, but okay, so let's just show. So I was looking at bishop h7, but it doesn't work because here there's no check. I can go knight takes f7, but
Yeah,
whoops,
because our
king
bishop
takes
is
bishop.
gone.
Yeah, the bishop is gone from the board and is getting nowhere. So that's not going to be successful. But okay, what happens is I can move my queen out of the way. I can also take your queen and go into an endgame, and you have some bad pawns.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nice for black after queen takes f6, takes knight e4.
Knight e4, yes, because the knight takes f6. Yeah,
And then in the next move, white can try to play c4 and then regroup it maybe to c3 to d5.
yeah, yeah. And this is a terrible pawn structure for black. Ooh, dangerous. So maybe not bishop f8 because the queen f4 looked to be quite good. And I'm kind of curious whether Salimova is actually walking a very narrow path. So I'm going to check with the engine and oh my goodness me, Judith. This is why engines are so good. Says top move is to go knight to g4. I would never have thought that one in a million years. Actively provoking knight takes f7. That's one way to defend. Another one is to go back with the bishop to c8. Again, not one I'd ever think about. And what other moves? And everything else, black is struggling. And the next move is actually bishop to f8 and going into that endgame that we saw.
Well,
Wow.
this is why I'm saying that it's a very dangerous position, because bishop c8 obviously does not come to your mind. Knight g4, you're scared.
I mean, no, I'm sorry, but who touches knight to g4? It doesn't make it. In fact, it says here that white's best is to go knight takes f7, king
King
takes
f7,
f7, and now
bishop,
bishop c4 check,
yeah, king
king
f8.
f8, queen to d3. Whoosh, that queen is coming into g6 or to h7. And apparently this
Probably 000.
is it. You are spot on the money there. It is after bishop e6, 0.00. So yeah, very
Happy to
dangerous
hear
for
that.
white.
No idea
Yeah, yeah.
why, but
But okay, knight to g4, that's an impossible find. Bishop c8, I don't think it's ever going to happen, which means that in a practical level, Salimova is in big trouble.
well, awfully difficult position to make the right move.
Yeah. Well, okay, we will leave Salimova trying to figure out a way to defend this very difficult position. And let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games. Can we take a look at the game between Muzychuk and Lagno? Because the last time we left it, Anna Muzychuk had put her queen all the way over to h5. And there have been some moves. f6 played, stopping a knight getting to g5. And now bishop a3. Bishop takes a3, rig takes a3, and a5 played. Knight c5. Your knight, it managed to make its way onto the dream square. Queen to d5. Threat against this pawn on g2. So knight takes bishop is forced, and now queen takes. And this is the game position.
But black seems to be completely fine, don't you think so?
Yes.
I mean, what
Unless,
kind of danger black can have?
well, these two
The
rooks can
a5.
pile up against a5 pawn. This king is not entirely happy sitting on that open diagonal. And is there any chance for a well-timed c4?
Yes, c4 is true. That can be an unpleasant move. Very interesting pawn structure we have with the white pawns on b3, c2, c3, d3.
Mm-hmm.
Very unusual.
Yeah. So if white were to just pile up
Rook
on the pawn.
a1, rook a1, queen b6.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether do you go on the counteroffensive as well. I was thinking also queen c6.
Yes, but after queen c6, I thought you're going to play c4.
I was, but I wasn't sure how effective it was. But okay, queen b6. Okay, now the queen isn't working. So Maybe let's try to centralize with queen f3.
Or queen f5 maybe, and come to
Yeah.
e4 that way.
Yeah. I
It's
wanted to
hard.
get to d5.
Yes, but black can go rook d8, for example. I mean, with the rooks on the a file, you never have any attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with rook d8, I'm kind of preparing also against c4, because after c4 I can grab it, and if you take with the pawn from d3, then I go rook d2, controlling the d file, right?
Yeah.
So that
And
can
if I go
be.
if I go for queen f3, so I want
Anyway,
to
I
put my
think.
queen
Anyway, I go rook f d8.
and
But black can also try to go rook a6, for example, later, and then double the rook and play a4.
mm-hmm.
I don't simply don't know why black can be worse.
Well, I was hoping to get some tactical ideas. Like for instance, I wanted to go c4,
Takes.
but I realized I'm just playing with fire here.
Though c6 is also possible, by the way.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, don't laugh, to take with the d pawn.
Yeah, you want to go queen c3.
Yes. Yes, queen c3 was my move.
Yeah, this is, it's better for me if I go c6. I don't go rook d8, but I go c6.
Okay, c6,
Immediately,
yes.
I think.
Yeah, block it off, and then
Yeah, it's interesting how. Well, now you can go queen e3 maybe. So I cannot capture because the a5 pawn will be having
yes,
trouble. And if I have to move the queen to c7, then you go queen c5. And
with
then
pleasure.
next, absolutely, you go c4. And here I can get in trouble.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, maybe rook a1 is the right move. Rook a1, queen b6, queen f3 you went. And basically
But
you
it's,
want to go queen e3.
yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what
Yes,
about play
difficult.
rook a7?
Aha. So here I was thinking queen d5 check, and then
h8?
yeah. So
c4,
how is it?
c6?
Queen d5 check, king h8, and this is where I am itching to play c4.
c4,
Yes.
I wanted to go c6.
And now queen d6.
Rook d8.
Chase me away. That's okay.
No, you want to go c5.
Yeah, yes, c5 is nice. Nice counterattack. Because the pawn on a5 is still hanging. So
Yeah,
after rook takes
c5
queen.
is a strong move.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well,
Then
it's
maybe, but maybe
well,
this
it's,
means if you go back to the game position, maybe she has to hang on, let me just get the moves up.
Hmm.
And after queen takes b7. So if she does do this, maybe you have to guard against this queen coming back to f3, and maybe you go queen to f6. Although
Queen
queen
c6,
to c6.
c4.
Yeah. I don't know why I was obsessed with it. Yeah, no, I was sorry, I had a blind spot because I thought that maybe you could take the D line and get compensation that way, but that was not ideal either.
Yeah, interesting that black can get in trouble with rook a1 and what about a4?
Yep. Well, can I again? This is just for the quest of the pawn.
I knew you might ask this. I take f3. I was planning to take f3 and go rook a5.
Okay. Yes,
Because I
yes.
know you, after rook a7, you wanted to take on a4, and after doubling the rook on a8, you go a5. And you
Yes,
wanted
yes,
to be
yes.
happy with that. No, that's the reason I go rook a5, and after ba, I go double the rook.
Okay, yeah. Now I literally just ruined my pawns, and I didn't win the pawn after all. So yes, okay. I cannot play queen to f3. So okay, so it's an interesting move. What happened? Okay, so let's take that one.
Yes, and my idea was to take back. I just don't know whether to take with the rook or with the pawn. Let's say with the pawn.
Okay, so if you take maybe the rook is better actually. At least
Maybe
you force a trade of rooks, because here I'm a little bit worried about queen to
queen
g4.
g4.
Yeah, queen g4, and the queen swings over to c4.
Okay, so let's take with the rook first.
Yeah. That one feels like. Yeah. And this pawn on c2 is going to be falling.
You know, in the meantime, I see that that Salimova played the best move and played knight g4 against Vaishali.
Oh, incredible.
She played it.
Knight g4. That's a very classy move.
Went down to 19 minutes and she played it.
She
Okay,
found
so
knight g4.
here basically black can get in trouble if she's not paying attention, because there are some ideas to double the rook on the A and somehow exchange with good circumstances the queens and to have c4.
Yeah.
So this can
Okay.
give difficult time for black. So what do you think going back to, actually we haven't seen, let's zoom out and have the
Let's
bird's eye view, and
do
then
that.
let's
Let's
observe
do.
a little bit what to pick from the menu.
Yeah, so what do we think? So we haven't seen too much of Leiting and Goryachkina.
Yes, we can go back there. You see knight g4 happened against Vaishali Salimova. So actually Vaishali is thinking, and probably she's kind of might be surprised at how difficult it got. But let's see the
And
game.
yeah, let's see the game between Lei and Alexandra, because we left it here at this point, a4. I felt that white was very comfortable. It wasn't that easy to come up with a plan for black, but Goryachkina came with the bishop to d7, and after bishop f1, because we were talking a lot about just moving this pawn to e5. Bishop f1 is a nice move, and after knight b7, but no e5. This was your very evil plan, e5, and then just get that knight to e4. But no, that wasn't played. Instead, knight to d4. I was a big fan of your move, Judith.
It's okay. The game is long, so maybe, of course, knight d4 makes a lot of sense because knight f5 can come, and I see that was the idea for white to reach
Mm-hmm.
out to f5.
Yeah.
which is a very appealing spot for the knight.
Okay. And now bishop to b2, rook to e8. Well, the knight's on f5, rook to b1, and this is the game position.
Rook b1. I have the feeling that the players think that you have time for everything.
Well, I suspect it's to do with c4. She wants to get this bishop into play.
But can you tell me why do I need rook b1 for that? To play
Well,
c4.
just to stop b4.
But it's not, I mean, let's say instead of rook b1, if I would go c4.
Yeah, and then
Then you have
yeah,
to, you take on b2,
Okay.
takes, and probably queen e5.
Yes. Only move.
So indeed, after rook b1, c4 is a more serious threat, because if the rook would be on b1, then the b5 is under attack. Okay, so now I understand. Let's see if she has the time for it. That she went.
Okay, so rook b1,
So what happens on
and
knight c5?
knight c5. Okay. Let's have a look. c4. Let's play the move that I want to play.
But after this,
I have some tactics. So after knight takes a4.
so let's say bishop b2.
Yeah. And now I must take queen takes b2.
Bishop
I'm
f5.
threatening. Yeah, I'm threatening checkmate on g7. So bishop f5. E takes f5.
Knight a4.
Yeah.
And I have a pawn up.
But not for long.
Okay, you go queen c2.
That's right. Yeah.
Well,
I've already spotted the way to win it back. I'm very happy. So the big plan.
knight e5. I can go knight e5.
And now this was the big plan that I would go, and then bishop takes b5. And on
Yeah.
account of these two queens facing off against each other, you cannot capture that bishop because the queen would fall off the board. So you don't want to do that. But then
Knight c5 is on the board.
knight c5 played. Okay. Oh, well, knight c5 played, and we're going to see whether Lei actually plays c4. That's the move that she's been planning all along. But we are going to be taking a short break. It's been a very tense middle game portion of this round so far. So don't go anywhere because when we come back, more action to come.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day. Never got to finish this one. You been practicing?
Not since I was a kid. Why first? You gonna be all right, Dad?
I'm gonna be good.
Love you. Love you too. Come to Angelina's party?
I'll be there.
All right.
Hello?
Ready to play?
When did you do this?
Don't worry about it. It's your move. Playing Grandpa.
Really?
Yeah. He's kind of about to destroy me. He's pretty good. Nice one, Dad. Grandpa-granddaughter showdown.
Going down.
Sure about that?
Yep. I believe you go first. Let's see if I can make this magic work again.
Already off to a good start.
Really?
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my. Oh. She's a smart kid.
How does she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
We are back to the Great Hall in Toronto for round 3 of the women's candidates. One game has already finished in a draw between Humpy Koneru and Tan Zhongyi, but the other games, they're so exciting. Different types of positions. But boy, has it been a thrilling start to this round. And there you can just see that bird's eye view with some of the games in play. And looking in the top right corner, we can see that Lei Ting-Jie, she did go for that pawn break c4 to activate the pieces, just as we predicted. And there we can also see that, as you mentioned, Judith, that Salimova did play the best defensive resource. But let's go and have a look at the Lei Ting-Jie Goryachkina game. c4 played, bishop b2 immediately. We're expecting queen takes bishop.
Well, I think bishop will be taken with the queen, no question about it, because it has to be taken with the tempo. And after that, there are two options, bishop f5, which we were discussing, but also queen e5 might be something to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Because if after queen e5, let's say queen takes e5,
Yes.
knight e5, and then let's check what happens if c takes b5, c takes b5, a takes b5. A takes b5, bishop b5. So maybe it's just a pawn up. But there was another option. Maybe if I don't take with the knight, but I take with the rook.
Aha. So
What's going?
you're setting up. You're setting
Yeah,
up
if rook
ideas.
takes, and if takes with the bishop, can I go bishop f5 or knight e4 after bishop b5?
Okay, this is very exciting. Let's try knight takes e4. And the evaluation bar doesn't move, so it gives us the seal of approval. And looks like
So
it's a
it's
draw.
just a simplification to the draw.
Bishop takes bishop, knight takes knight. And with 3 pawns on the same side, nothing will be happening in this position once the heavy pieces get swapped off the board. So let's go back some moves. So queen to g2. Queen takes b2, sorry.
Queen b2, queen e5. This was the move which we
Queen
just checked.
e5. And now what else to play?
Well, if there is a capture on b5 first, then even black can... well, first of all, I can
Black
just
can play
simply
this.
take back.
You can
Take and knight a4.
Take.
I thought knight a4 was possible. But
It
of course,
probably
white
is.
could start with the a4 pawn to capture on b5.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
But it doesn't matter. You want to say it's a blunder.
Yes, I wanted to point out that you can't go pawn takes bishop because after rook takes rook, it's hanging, and that would be a disaster for white. So yeah, this is why you have to be very careful here after queen e5, and probably best not to allow queen takes queen. So queen takes queen makes sense. And here is where you were looking at rook takes queen.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one option for black. The other one is to take bishop f5 and look for more. Maybe it will be less, but trying to look for more and complications and move on and play the game. If black goes bishop f5, takes, and knight a4.
Knight e5.
Or grabbing the pawn on a4 first.
How did this work? Yeah, grabbing the pawn on a4. That was it. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a little slip of the mind. I forgot that the knight was attacking the queen. Okay, so now the queen moves to c2. So far, so good. I'm attacking your knight. I'm also lining
And
up the
I'm going
queen
to
against each
move
other.
to e5, let's say. And
Yeah.
then you want to go c takes b5, takes, and bishop b5.
Yes. I was also thinking that if I really wanted to play for a win, could I do something like this? f6.
Yes, I understand your point. But actually we have queen e5 on the board instead of bishop
Okay.
f5. So she played the sure thing.
Yeah, queen e5 is the safest by far. So here we were looking at, it's got to be careful for white. So white can't just make a move like a takes b5 because queen takes queen and this knight is loose. You can't capture because of rook takes rook. So just to reinforce that minor point again, let's instead capture on e5 and then the question time, which way to take?
But
Knight
it will be
takes.
the rook.
It will, yeah, the rook makes sense. And now here, let's capture.
Takes, takes. And then black is going to be getting back the pawn with
Oh, wait,
either
one more
way.
second. I don't need to take on b5.
Yes, white can go knight d4, let's say, or something, or knight d6.
I wanted to just defend e4, but yeah, okay, knight to d4.
don't know how I will be looking for counter chances. Maybe rook a2.
I can't help it, Judith. I want to win the pawn, and even though I know that ultimately I've retreated, I'm drawn like a firefly to the light. I want this pawn.
Yeah, let's see if you can get it. I go back rook e8.
I take. I got it. I might have ruined my position a
Indeed.
little bit because I can see that after this, the knight hops into d3, and I might have some issues with these pesky knights jumping in. But for the time being, I'm like, oh no, I will
Yeah,
hold.
with knight to f4 and hoping to have compensation.
Yeah,
Finally, this g6 knight reaches the f4 square, right? I mean, it was
yeah,
working so hard.
yeah, yeah. I mean, even if I mean, how is this type of ending, right? So if the rooks, if it's just a rook, it's a draw, but it's not an easy trivial draw.
But maybe I had something else. You know, when you played knight d4, if I don't give up the pawn, but I could play rook b8. Can I do that?
Okay, so this was this issue, knight to d4. You want to play rook to b8,
Yeah. Can I do that or no?
but yeah, you can.
So my plan is very simple. After you take knight b or bishop b5, I want to take a knight e4 anyway. And the
Yes,
back rank is not the end of the world because at the end I can go knight f8.
and here you're going to take on e4, and then the Judith's point is that after rook to e8, this knight thankfully comes in the nick of time to block the check. And
Yeah.
this, with 3 pawns each on the same side, it's just completely drawn. There's very little chance for it to be anything other than a draw. Yeah, and do we have a move after queen e5, or is late
No,
still?
after queen e5, white is thinking.
Mhm.
Just as well as Vaishali is thinking. So maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view because we can see that things are happening on some boards. But it's very interesting to see that Vaishali is actually got the surprise from her opponent, and Salimova was able to play the best move. And we discussed it, that how difficult it is to find such a move like knight g4, and you have to be brave. At the same time, when you find yourself in a position that nothing seems to be reasonable, then sometimes this is the way how you find the best move, and being brave and courageous.
Right. And whilst Vaishali is thinking about it, let's dive in to this really complex endgame, because Vaishali is in a do or die situation here. If she steps back with the knight, this is what we were discussing during the break, then black is simply going to be making moves like c5 and beginning the big pushback. And you can see that white's attack hasn't gotten anywhere. Now, there is also an issue that if white goes a move like f3, then you can take that knight, because this is the big point of knight to g4. Because after hg5, then this bishop will come and take. And as you can see, there is a deadly pin against this queen and king. And white is going to be in a whole lot of trouble, and this king can find a hiding place on f8. So this is the big idea by Salimova. So here she has to go forward. And this is what we saw earlier on with the computer. The computer was saying that the best move is to be extremely just aggressive and go knight takes f7. Just give it all up. King takes f7. And we've touched upon this, that the computer's best attacking was bishop to c4. you want to hide your king back on f8, and then queen to d3 with the idea of snaking the queen over to h7 and having a look at those light squares close to the king. And here we expecting bishop to f6, and after queen to h7, bishop e6. What do we think about this particular position? Because this is relatively forced.
Well, we discussed bishop takes e6, and after rook e6, queen f5.
Yeah.
And now I'm wondering what is the move. Maybe knight f2 is the best move? No, knight f2 should be losing. To
It's
queen
actually
e6.
the best move.
It is the best move.
It is the
And
best
after queen e6,
move. Take on h1.
black takes, and after rook f1, queen e7 is the move, I guess.
Yep.
Only
Swap those
move.
queens off the board.
And then exchanging the queens, the bishops, rook h1, and the rook endgame is a draw. And I think Vaishali will have to play knight f7. Actually, this is the problem of this kind of position. I remember when I was also still competing, and I knew that there are simply positions like this one. You go with the knight to g5, h6, and indeed the engine, let's say, says bishop c4 was the best move and white has an advantage. But in these positions, you start the attack and you have to go all the way. If you don't go all the way, you might as well get in a worse position because you have no time to get back to f3 if you change your mind. So in these positions, simply there is no way that you change your mind. And this is why it's very difficult. And even when you make your preparation in these kind of positions, it is very tricky because you're analyzing, you see that you have a nice position, you see that the engine says that prefers white, let's say, and there are dangers for black, but it can be also danger for white when you end up being out of book and out of home preparation. You have to make your own decisions, and sometimes there is only one move to go, and if you don't calculate it correctly,
Oh.
then how can you play it? But of course, she calculated all the way because it is also, I think, it's same way she played knight f7 as knight g4 was played, that with the elimination process.
Yeah, you absolutely have to do or die in this type of position. Bishop c4 played, and now only one move for Salimova to survive, and that is to move the king to f8. There's no way that you want your king running around the board, chased to eternity, because for starters, that knight is going to be falling off the
At
board.
the same time, don't forget that Vaishali went down to 17 minutes under the time of Salimova, and Salimova had a huge disadvantage going down in time in the whole game. And now it is a huge change. Queen d3 on the board.
Queen d3. So king f8, queen to d3, just as we predicted. This queen is threatening to come to h7 with deadly effect, threatening to take this pawn on g7. And there is the threat. If this knight comes back to f6, then the queen will come over to g6, and that is just unstoppable, because after d5, you just simply take. Bishop takes pawn, and once again, you have that checkmating idea with queen f7, and after knight takes bishop, queen takes g7 is going to be checkmate. So Salimova has to find the bishops. Yeah, you don't want death by bishop. Instead, bishop f6 is the only move on a practical level.
You have no other move, so this is not hard to find, I believe.
Yeah.
Because basically there is no other move. Though the question is whether Salimova may blunder queen d3. But, I mean, it's not such a difficult move, right? I mean, it's white squares.
No. But on the other hand, you've got to be extra careful in these type of positions, you know, go through the basics, checks, captures, threats, because one wrong move and the price of an error is going to be fatal. So bishop f6, I expect to be played. I don't expect anything else.
At the same time, we are only at move 16 still, but we've seen so many interesting lines in this position. And don't forget that after what we just looked at, after bishop f6, queen h7, bishop e6, takes, queen f5, knight f2, is also not an easy move, because you might as well think, queen e6 and rook f1, game over.
Okay.
So there are a lot of moves which you have to see. And the only good chance for black that there are no other moves. So it goes, there are no other moves, right? After queen f5 also, you have to check knight f2.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you protect your rook, I just take the knight. So it makes sense to go on with knight f2, queen e6, knight h1, rook f1. And if you don't stop, you find queen e7, right?
Yes. Yeah, you're
Is
right.
knight h1 and knight d1 is the same story?
Let's have a look. Knight takes d1. I don't see why it wouldn't be the same story. But the only difference that I can see is that here there's the option to take with the king.
Yeah. And it's interesting that Salimova started to think that she was not spending the time when Vaishali was thinking, calculating herself these lines. If she's going to think another 3-4 minutes, it means that she, well, first of all, she did not calculate while the opponent was thinking, which was a mistake, because she had only 20 minutes anyway. So she had to be spending that time. And of course, it's not so easy to stay focused in such a position, that because it is very scary.
It is very scary, but now I'm thinking about the possibility, because we saw this, we had the help of the engine. It told us that this was equal, so we could put two and two together, but Salimova doesn't have that. And also I'm just thinking, you're right, she might just stop after queen to f5. She might get to this position in her head and go, oh no, the knight falls and I have an awful position. I might as well not play that. So she might be looking at an alternative. And the alternative might be bishop takes h4 with the idea of going queen to g5 check.
Yes, but then I guess queen h7.
Yeah, so bishop h4, queen h7 looks terrifying. But here I was banking on this idea, queen to g5.
f4.
And f4 is going to be, no, it's unless there's some, no. She has to. Bishop h4 is just, maybe there's some way to defend this, but I don't see it, and it looks terrible.
It looks terrible.
Yeah, so she has to go. For better, for worse, bishop f6.
Actually, maybe white, what she wants to do after bishop f6, queen h7, bishop e6, takes, queen f5. And maybe after knight f2, she's just going to take back with the queen to f2.
And that could be, but then can we just run back to safety
Yes.
without going to g8?
Yeah, and then I go, yeah. And then, yeah, it's not so easy to continue. I understand. The problem is rook e1 is not necessarily a good move, because after rook takes e1, I have to take with the queen, not to give up the h4 pawn, like rook d e1. I can try to go rook f1 maybe, but you go queen e7.
Yeah.
Yeah, here just play on bishop d4, queen e6 check, king goes out, c takes d4, queen e8. Yeah, it's not much, but maybe she will have to try something like this.
She will.
If.
Absolutely. If she gets that, that's...
Because Salimova went down 13 minutes.
13 minutes, and the time is ticking down. And bear in mind that these players are only on move 16. So plenty of more moves ahead of them. Oh, it's a tense situation. What do you think? Bishop f6?
Well, I wish for her that she finds it because she has no other move.
No, but simply no. She has absolutely nothing else to play.
Because there is not even a big, I mean, there is no even similar, right?
Yeah. And just to run through, so bishop f6, there's also queen to g6.
G6.
Yeah, but that's that.
Yeah, this is another thing that she might think that simply queen g6 and it's over. But queen e7 is losing, or what is queen e7? Queen e7, rook e1, knight e5.
Yeah. Which rook? D
Well,
rook?
I thought for the h
A-
rook
Yeah.
and then
And
knight
then
e5.
95. Yeah.
And if queen
And just by the
h7, bishop
evaluation bar.
e6. Or knight c4. I guess bishop e6 is better.
Yeah. Cover that. And you're just a piece up.
Well, it's not going to be really a piece, right? Or I don't know whether I can take and play f4.
Well, there's all sorts of things happening. I'm just drawn to c5. I'm also drawn to queen takes a2. And
Yeah, queen a2 is seems
yeah,
very interesting.
it gets messy though. And I somehow suspect that it might be a step in the wrong direction. The queen needs to be closer to the king. C5.
Well,
Yeah, but this is not so easy, despite what the evaluation bar is saying
maybe
to us
just
that
king f7. Maybe king f7 is the move.
then pawn takes knight.
D takes. Black has black has no pawn up, but maybe she's going to play e4 or something.
Yeah, I was trying to set it cheaper, with like bishop takes here, but that's going to be met by rook h8. And in the end, this bishop on h6 is going to be won. So you don't want to be playing into that. No, maybe you just, I like your king f7. Okay.
Well,
So,
Salimova under 10 minutes at move 16.
and
Huge difficulty.
it's a huge decision. Bishop f6. And of course, we've had the help of the engine telling us that bishop f6 is the move. So for us, we see it. But maybe it's not so easy to find. And bishop takes h4 again, so risky, doesn't feel natural. But then anything else, it feels like black is in tremendous danger. Queen h7 coming, queen to g6, also targeting those vulnerable light squares around the king. And now she's to 9 minutes. It just has to go for it.
Well,
It's a tense situation, isn't it?
well, it's very stressful. I'm pretty sure that for Vaishali is at least as stressful as for black. Of course, black is under the attack, and black is worried much more than white do. I have the feeling that Vaishali calculated all the way to knight f2, and she realized it that well she may be not winning, and bishop g5 was played.
Oh, yes. That is not in the right direction. And again, the evaluation bar tells us that.
Well, isn't it just h takes g5, queen g5, f4?
Let's put it on the board and let's analyze. That's, again, the most natural move. Pawn takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and as Judith is saying, f4.
Queen
Hunt it
f5.
down. Queen f5. Okay, so this is the plan. She just wants the trade of queens.
And if I go out king b1, is that better?
And if I go queen f5,
Well, actually, the king on f8 is tricky. So if maybe some rook h3 at some point. So maybe queen d2. Queen d2 or queen g3 was also an opportunity. Maybe queen g3
queen
can be
g3.
also.
Okay. Yeah, queen g3 looks good.
I mean, the
Okay.
f8 king is very vulnerable, right? Rook d3, rook f3 is possible. There are several difficulties can be for black.
And if I go bishop e6, f3,
f3, knight f6, bishop d3. Okay, f3.
there's also bishop takes bishop though.
And after bishop takes bishop, rook takes.
So okay, so f3.
But
bishop
f3, bishop c4. That's the problem, yeah.
Yeah.
No, maybe bishop d3 simply.
Yeah, bishop d3. Okay, and now the queen drops back to a random square. I'm going to put it close to the king because
But then rook h4 or f3 and bishop g6 there will be.
yeah. Yeah, and if I drop this knight back, then this rook just swings over at the, well, that's one way, but you also have bishop to g6, which will also just win the game.
Yes, because the a2 pawn is hanging, but that's not a problem.
That's not a problem because we win the rook. Well, exchange anyhow. So yeah. Oh, okay. So let's run through this again. So bishop to g5 check. It makes absolute sense that you just go bishop takes bishop. Sorry, pawn takes bishop, queen takes, and
But
now
this
you
is
just
a very serious opportunity for white to make a mistake if f4 is a mistake, because it's very inviting.
yeah. That's probably what Salimova has been counting on. That
Yeah.
she can just go queen to f5, problem solved.
Well, I guess it's not so simple, and probably she does not think that it's so easy, but it seems like she's saving herself for the moment.
Yeah.
Right? But it's interesting to see that king b1 is so much powerful. Because
But this is so weird because if you go queen to d2, why is
well, we don't have all these things what we had
well,
after queen g3, the g6 square, and also f3 is not there. That's another issue, that the knight
yeah.
on g4 is very stable.
And that is why chess is so fascinating because it all turns on very small things. And yeah, you're completely right. It's all to do with this ability to drive this knight back away from g4 and then just swinging the rook into the game. Yeah, but yeah, I agree. f4 is very, very tempting. But king to b1 is the most correct move. And
Yeah.
now
And now black is having a hard time with the bishop pair of bishop on c4, d4. They are very powerful.
and if the bishop comes to e6,
Well, maybe queen f3 and the b7 pawn is hanging, for example.
yeah.
So you have to go king g8 and then takes and queen b7, let's say.
Yeah. And these pawns will be falling and the king is perfectly safe.
But white did not take the bishop and played king b1.
Oh,
This game is full of surprises. So if black goes now bishop f6, is everything the same? Knight e5.
oh no, knight e5 very quickly. Oh, wow.
I don't know if queen h7 possible, or just taking. What's the problem? Taking on e5 and then.
Well, this was my first answer question. So if I take on e5,
No, game
then
should be over, right? Rook e5,
rook
h
takes
takes g5.
h takes g5, and presumably queen
Then
g5,
f4. And then
then
f4,
f4.
finally.
Oh, knight e5 played so quickly. And okay, bad move. Let's have a look at this again. So pawn takes, rook takes, and if she goes here, then queen h7.
Yeah, I think queen h7.
There's no bishop e6 in the air. Oh. Okay. And you were also suggesting queen h7, which could be also tempting for Vaishali as well. She doesn't care about material, so queen h7 also looks good. Knight takes bishop is not a possibility because of queen takes g7. Check. And that's it. Game over for black. No one can survive that one. But what else to do? Bishop f6. No, then you have a...
Bishop f6, bishop e5, game over.
Can I hide on it? No.
Queen g8, queen f7.
Queen
A
f7.
small check.
Yes, I forgot about queen to g8. It's coming close to midnight here, so that's my excuse. For some reason, I had a blind spot. I was looking at queen h8, but no, of course. I've been saying this all night. You know, queen to g8, queen f7, weak spots.
Well, it's yeah. This is what happens. This is why it's very tricky to pick an opening, and if you don't know the very typical things, then you may fall apart completely.
Yeah. Oh, well, Salimova is on the verge of falling apart against Vaishali. If Vaishali manages to find the correct correct continuation, either putting the queen on h7 or just simply taking that knight, everything is hanging on a knife edge. And we are going to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we are going to be back in a few minutes with all of the action.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
History, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name, etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE candidates on Chess.com. Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play rapid opening roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
We are back with the time travel stage in round 3 of the women's candidates. So far, we've had one result between Tan Zhongyi and Humpy Koneru. It was a draw, but 3 exciting games. We left Vaishali on the edge of getting a winning position against Salimova, but we are going to go look at the bird's eye view and just quickly check up on the other 2 games. So let's head over to the game between Anna Muzychuk and Katerina Lagno. The players are on move 28, and as you can see on the clock, Lagno is down to her last 8 minutes. For Anna Muzychuk, she has 16 minutes to get to move 40. And what do we think about this position, Judith?
Well, I mean, it's clear that White is trying to get advantage or really creating something more than just pressing. But last move, I think h6 by Black was a very nice move because it gives a shelter for the Black king on h7. So in the next move, now it's possible already for Black to, well, it's not, but in Rook a5 is not possible still in the next move because of immediately Rook d8 check, right? But if, let's say, White would be capturing it on a5, Rook d8, then the king would have the shelter already for h7. So for later stage of the game, it's very important. Actually, probably Black's next move could be king h7 already to hide away from all kind of checks on d8, which means that after that, White has to be thinking what to do against the attacked a5 pawn. Because if, let's say, White is protecting it with queen d2, Black can also put pressure with the queen to b5 or c5, and the game actually could end in a draw, something like that, that black is attacking the a5 pawn, white is defending it, and there is not much to be done from either side. But let's see what Anna Muzychuk has in her mind, how she wants to press. Of course, it would be a nice opportunity for her if she could manage rook to have on the 7th rank, but it goes very slowly, and she went rook d8 check, exchanging one pair of rooks, which is an interesting idea. This was a big question whether to exchange the rook or no. Now king h7 will happen, I believe.
I was
And now
going to
the
ask you about
first,
this.
yeah,
Because the first question that I'm asking is after king h7, is it possible to go into a rook and pawn endgame?
yeah,
Now that
this
the
is
king is offside.
exactly the big question now.
King h7 played. Katerina says, yes, it's absolutely fine. Oh.
Well, the question is whether after queen d3 takes, and black has to be very fast with her king. So she has to run king g6, king f1, king f5, king e2, king e6. And she's reaching first to the d5 square. If white would reach to c4, so that d5 square, I believe, is pretty crucial. And because in that case, white's king will not be able to reach to protect the a5 pawn.
Yeah. So it's absolutely fine then. So after king h7, queen to d3 is not really the best continuation. That's kind of one of those optical illusions, right? This pawn on d3 actually prevents. And we have a move from Anna. What did she play?
Queen c8.
She played queen c8. Whoa, this is getting sharp because the queen is threatening to come to f5. This rook also can come to either b1 or d1. And this king is feeling the heat.
Yes, exactly. Because, for example, I was thinking for a second if black can go queen c3, for example. But first of all, queen f5 is possible, and after king g8, rook b1. And of course, it seems that black is in big trouble because, after all, there's a lot of weaknesses for the black king, right? To have h6 and f6, it always gives a lot of vulnerability for the king. And this would be shown after rook b1, reaching out to the 7th and the 8th rank. So queen c3 is not possible. True, queen f5 is something, a very serious attack. What do you think about king g6?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about king to g6. Just on account...
Rook h3, rook a3, and g3
yeah,
comes.
rook a3. Oh, beautiful. Using the whole board to... Yeah, no. The king has to hide on h7 for the time being.
I like queen c8 move very much. I think it's a very powerful, very unpleasant move, especially in time trouble of Katarina. New ideas pops up. Move 31 only.
Mm-hmm.
And queen f5, rook b1, the opportunity can be causing big panic for black.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, the players are only on move 31 as well. Still a few more moves left to play, and it is situation critical. I wondered whether h5 might be an idea.
Yes, I also thought about that. And what's the idea if queen f5, king h6?
Yeah, live on the 6th row. I know it's not the most stable of homes. And we have a move from Lagno. She decides to play queen to b5. Oh, but hang on a second. Yes, the rook might not be able to go to b1, but it can certainly go to d1.
D1. Isn't it over after rook d1?
Maybe she's banking on e4, but we can still go queen to f5. Check.
Well,
and then
I
rook
don't
to
know,
b1.
but I mean, there also rook d8 is possible.
Yeah.
But maybe queen f5 check first.
And then king
And
somewhere,
then rook d1.
and now rook d1. Oh.
Queen a5. If rook d7, maybe it's not there yet. No, I think we should go queen c8, rook d8.
But wait one second. Hang on. We can throw in these weird, wonderful moves, can't we? We can throw in c4. But no, I know I'm being too flashy. What is the move?
Actually, queen e6 is possible, and then c4, and then we can do all these things.
Yeah.
If rook d1 immediately is not good enough.
Okay, so let's have a look at rook to d1 immediately.
Yeah, that's
d1.
That's the move I would be checking first.
And the big threat is if black makes a move like this, you're just simply going to go queen f5, and once the king moves, you have
check on d8
coming down, and
king
then
f7,
after
check on d7.
Yeah, and this king cannot survive with the big guys hunting it. So rook to d1. Rook to d1 is the move to make, and now, oh god, sorry, I clicked the wrong line. So instead of
rook d1,
rook to d1, yeah, rook
so
to
the
d1.
question is e4.
Yeah.
And then the question is whether rook d7 or rook d8.
Let's go rook to
d8.
d8. Let's set up ideas like queen to e8, yeah.
And let's say queen a5.
Yeah.
Rook h8. King g6.
King g6.
Queen e8. King g5. Now g4 can be a move.
Also g6, g3 can be a move. Rook g1 can also be a move.
But it's not so easy to see how is the outcome of this. h4 possible, of course.
Yeah. And you can see that it immediately goes down. Oh, hang on a second. What about queen takes pawn? Why are we?
Then queen a1 and queen e5.
Ah, okay. Yes. Very nice. Queen a1, queen a5, and the queens get traded off.
No, I would go actually, but g4, king h4 probably.
Okay.
So maybe g3. Maybe g3, as you said.
Yeah. Again, the evaluation bar is laughing at us. So maybe rook to d8. It might be winning, but might not be the best.
Yes, but it's very difficult to calculate it because you give up some material, right? You have to understand that are we going to be able to win or no? There is one line, if rook d8, queen a5, rook h8, king g6. What happens if we go queen g4?
Yeah, I saw that one at the same time.
Maybe it's not enough. My idea was that if king f7, then queen d7, king g6, rook g8. I think that works.
Yeah.
But the question is whether after queen g4, queen g5, and after queen e4, queen f5. Queen e8, king g5. And of course, the threat, the counter-attack is always there with like rook a1 and queen f4, queen e5 all the time.
Yeah, and the king doesn't have any safe space. Because if you try to go g4, like you say, you counter-attack with rook a1 and then queen to d5, and suddenly the tables have been turned.
Now it can turn around.
Mm-hmm. So let's
see what white can do.
So rook h8 check. King goes to g6, and now there's sometimes we can just trap the king.
Maybe g4.
Yes, that's
And
just,
there
yeah,
is
but then you have queen a1.
Yeah, because I saw some very nice lines. For example, let's say queen e1, g3, king g2, and e3, then rook h6.
And
this is what I wanted. Or rook a1, then rook h6. And king h6, queen h8, queen h5, mate.
Oh, beautiful. King takes rook. It's like one of those puzzles from a study, Lovely. Queen h5. And also after pawn takes rook, we have
Then
queen
G8.
g8. Checkmate.
But I think it does not work. It's just a nice idea.
Yeah.
Because black can go queen e5, for example.
Okay.
She went queen f5. Probably she's going to make a repetition, which is a very smart thing when you have your low on time.
Definitely, it's very smart to repeat moves. It's the professional way to play. Get closer to move 40. She can take the decision then. So queen f5 check, king to g8, and
king h8 happened.
King h8. Oh. Okay, well.
Maybe she didn't want to see queen e6, c4, which we were talking about.
Yeah, well.
Of course, queen c8, repetition.
King h7, and then it will be decision time for Anna Muzychuk. Rook to d1 seems to be winning, but we're going to take a pause on this particular position, and we are going to head straight over to the game between Vaishali and Salimova, because we left it with Vaishali on the verge of winning. And take a look at this position.
What has
How
happened?
many pawns is she up?
But it's strange that the game is not over yet. I mean, the position which we left after knight e5, it seemed like there is not much move left for black from this game.
Well, we will retrace our steps here, but here, yes, black has one move threat of rook to d1.
But actually rook e1, rook f7. Yep. That's the trick. No, but hold on. This is the trick of black. Then after rook e1, king f8, and after rook f7, king g8. If rook takes on f6 with the discovered check, king h8, and you cannot save your rook. You save the rook, or you lose your rook or get mate.
Yes, that is the trick. So I'll just quickly put it on the board. So rook f7, king g8, rook takes pawn, king h8, and then the whole point is that black is threatening to go rook to d1, checkmate, and white isn't in time to save the rook. But you know what? This is probably still winning as well, because white is up so many pawns.
It's not only that. Sorry.
King c1 played.
Yeah. Yeah. But now rook d7 will be played. I would have played maybe rook f7 anyway, and after king g8, then to play king c1. That was better, maybe. But also rook f6 was possible, because after rook f6, king h8, what you showed, there also king c1 was, not king c1, bishop d3 was winning.
Yeah, oh, okay, trapping
the rook. Now she will play rook d7, and she will play for another 35 moves.
She is quite a few pawns down, though.
I understand, but she's going to be playing. You have to win it.
How many? My maths is not my strong point, but how many pawns is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 versus 3. I think she'll give up the ghost.
We'll see.
King c1.
I think simply rook f7 was a Was a better, more practical win.
Yeah, rook takes d7. Rook
And
takes
G3.
and g3, protect this pawn on h4. And just simply go about marching with your extra pawns. There you go, g3 played. I know I can see from the body language
You think she
that
will resign?
Salimova is ready to give up, yeah. Four pawns down. Not even an opposite color bishop endgame can solve this one.
B4.
B4 is good.
Well, everything is
A4.
good, I understand.
Yeah, but you just have a look. Vaishali, she knows. She has it in the bag. Bishop e6, a4. Yeah. And Vaishali on the verge of inflicting Salimova's first defeat. And it will be a very nice comeback victory for Vaishali, who lost yesterday against Tan Zhongyi. It was a very nice game by Vaishali, quite nicely calculated. I did like her knight takes f7. I like this novelty that she employed in the opening. Bishop d4, bishop e7.
Yeah, it's interesting how long this game will last. But, you know, different color bishop, you try to fight. H5.
The thing is, though, black is completely tied down. Bishop c5.
Yeah, rook e5. Or b4 and a4.
Yep. Anything wins.
Well, she wants to regroup her bishop probably to g6 eventually.
Yep. And black will be in a complete bind. And there you see rook e5.
Probably after bishop b6, she wants to go a4.
Bishop takes f2 is impossible on account of rook to f5 check. And the players are move 32. I think, in principle, once you reach move 40, you just give up the ghost. 4 pawns down.
Well, 4 pawns are not little. I
Bishop
have to
b6.
admit.
Yeah, and a4. And it will be over. I don't think we're even going to see move 40 here. Yeah, it was one moment of miscalculation for Salimova. She found this amazing defensive resource earlier on in the game, the knight jumping forward. Unfortunately, she did not continue in the best way at a4. Nothing. There you see. Salimova resigns and Vaishali takes her first point. She moves to 1.5 points out of 3. What a great game by Vaishali. And Salimova on the verge of defending it, but unfortunately cracked at the last minute. Oh, you can see the disappointment there from Salimova and the relief for Vaishali. Wow, what a game. We have our first decisive victory. So before we take a look at the other games, shall we quickly have a look at how this game unfolded? Because we left it after bishop g5 and king to b1 was played. And here, knight to e5. This was the critical mistake because here all Vaishali needed to do was bishop takes knight, bishop to f6, And now here, bishop takes d6. That is how Vaishali won all those pawns. Because after queen to e7, queen takes queen, and this is the position that we saw. And rook to e4, bishop d5, and there goes another pawn.
Interesting that she didn't go rook e7.
Earlier on.
Instead of rook e4. Here.
I think it was based on miscalculation here. I think she just assumed it's still lost. So she just wanted to attack something. So she went rook to e4, bishop to d5, not quite realizing that, yep. Now rook f7, king e8, rook takes b7, and it's impossible to grab this pawn on f2 because this rook will now swing into action. And let's not forget this bishop that is eyeballing this rook. So after rook to d8, bishop c4, again, it's not possible to grab this pawn on f2 because of rook to e1. And this is where we rejoined it, rook e d2. But here, rook e1 check, king f8, and we saw Vaishali calmly defend with king to c1 and collect the point. So in the end, it was a very well played game by Vaishali. She played in her usual aggressive style, and she managed to outcalculate her opponent. Shall we go back to the critical game against Anna Muzychuk and Katerina Lagno? Because we left that one when it was reaching boiling point.
But before going there, we can just talk a minute about the other game between Lei Ting-ji and Goryachkina, because they have 3-3, so they are going to end up in a draw, I think, very shortly. So let's go back to the great fight where Anna is going under 2 minutes, and it's move 38.
It is move 38, and it certainly looks like Anna did go rook to d1 and get her rook to h8. And this is the idea that she's used. So she's given a few checks. She checked on g4. And this was the moment where she had to go queen to g5.
Yeah, but actually there's a little change to our position because she went, black went rook a5 and not queen a5.
Aha.
But still, I think it's only a better defensive option for black. So after rook d8.
Yeah. And after we were looking at, so rook takes a5 played, and let's continue the game. Rook h8, queen to g4. Queen to g5 is the only move to defend, because after king to f7, queen d7, king g6, and now queen to g5, giving the opportunity once more to go queen to g5. But this is a very difficult decision, especially when you have not so much time on the clock and you can't see a clear win forward.
You know, the interesting thing is that if now queen d7, it's not the third repetition after king g6. Because, and maybe I'm not even sure that, you see, and she played queen d7, and it's no repetition, because the queen was on c8 when black played king g6.
Yeah.
And this is a very important situation, because after queen d7, if king g6 is played, which will be played, she thinks it's, but it's not correct,
It's not.
her claim, because the first time the queen was on c8.
So this was the first time?
The first time was when the queen was on c8 and white played rook h8 check, and king g6 was played. And
so this was the first time.
Yeah.
Queen is
so
on
the first
c8,
time
you're
the queen
quite
on
right.
c8. And now
And
there
then
was
here,
2 times.
This is the second time. The queen is on d7, you're quite right. And now king f7, queen to d7, and the king is going to go to g6, but you're right, the queen is on d7, and someone is very kindly blocking our view. But yes, and I can tell you it is move 40. So Anna now has plenty of time to work
To
out the
figure
best
out.
continuation. Yep. And it's still not easy. But
We don't see
Queen
the
to
board.
G6.
Yeah.
And now we didn't actually find it so. It's a queen to E8 was what we
No,
came
but
up.
hold on. Queen on D7. So maybe now Rook G8 is the move.
But here you have Rook A1 check.
And King H2, Queen E5 and F5?
Queen
or
E5,
what?
yeah. And then I can go F5 and cover this G7. But if we hunt the king down with queen to
Okay,
E8,
so Queen E8.
and now the king
King
comes
G5.
to G5. And here I peeked Judith and I saw the winning move. Somehow it's natural when it's pointed out to you, but it's not that natural because we were looking at G4, we were looking at H4. It's okay in the context of this queen being on A5. This is what we were looking at. But the only winning move is to go queen to F7.
Queen F7. But 1 second, we looked at it with the queen on A5 and on Queen F7,
Yes.
Queen A7. So maybe there
Yes.
is some other win there.
So in the line that we were looking at, all the way back, let me just go back.
Yeah, let's see what about Queen A5.
So going back to this position, queen, and we were looking at rook to D8, queen takes A5, rook to D8, we got here E4, and yes, it is rook H8, king G6 here, king to G5, and it is only one move to win, queen to
G3?
D7, threatening
No,
checkmate.
but hold on. And on King G6?
Okay. And king to G6, and yeah, this was the way to win, apparently. So, well, the players,
Now
they
Rook
are
G8.
continuing their game. Yeah, they're continuing their game. And let's leave the players with that game, and let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the very even endgame that we saw between Lei Jie and Goryachkina. So Lei Jie began the game in enterprising style. She deployed the Evans gambits, but Goryachkina did handle that well. And we now have the following endgame. It's just for the players to find that way to agree a draw.
What
3
move is
pawns
it?
on each side. They're 41, so they can now offer a draw.
Okay.
The rook comes to H5. But sometimes the players don't read the regulations. I confess to being one of them. I have even turned up at tournaments not knowing the time control. I'm sure you would never do that.
It happened with me that I knew the time control, but I wanted to make sure that I went to the arbiter and made sure that I know it correctly, because I was always sensitive on that, especially after the period of time when we started to have these bonus times, because there was a period when every tournament I played, it had a different time control. So that was quite difficult to follow.
Yeah, I remember those times. They were a lot of fun. But I do remember one tournament, there were 3 time controls, and I never knew this. I kept attending this tournament, and it wasn't until maybe 3 years in where someone said, yeah, you get extra time. And I was like, really? I actually lost a game because I didn't know that. And they told me later on that you can actually look at the clock, and the clock will actually tell you how many time controls there are and what time control you're in. So here you go, rook to G4, and here comes the repetition. The king is going to go to F7, the rook will dance over to A4, and the players will agree a draw. Nothing to be done. 3 pawns against 3. Material is level. A draw is a draw is a draw. Okay, king F7.
It was interesting. But Goryachkina offered a draw.
Did she?
Yeah. And Lei said no without looking at her. That's how.
Yeah. Maybe it was one of those draw offers. You know, sometimes you can just make eye contact with your opponent. You look at them and you kind of go, that's the end. And Lei wasn't paying attention. Could be.
No, she reacted.
Yeah, I don't think she will be making a serious try in this particular position.
But you know, it's very funny. Sometimes people react very strangely. I've seen countless of games with top players also, that it's a dead draw, and then they say no, and then they play out all the way king versus king, or stalemate or something.
Yeah, I've had that done to me. And I must admit, I was a little bit miffed because it was... There you go. It is a draw between Lei Ting-jae and Alexandra Goryachkina. And in the end, just a very well played in-game fighting battle in the opening, but both sides managed to handle that with ease. So, Judith, just one game remaining. The time control has been passed. I think it's the perfect time for us to take a quick pause, catch our breaths, and continue with the excitement after the break.
We have these youngsters, you're mentoring some of them. We would love to know how you see their progress to the candidates and what the future holds for them. So, to start with, Vidit Gujarati.
He's been quite strong for a long time. He's been working with Anish for quite some time. Really, his confidence has come rather slowly. In 2019, he played a fairly impressive tournament in Vaikensee. Then again, he seemed to disappear for a while. It seemed to me that he really needed a fire in his backside before he responded. He has his ups and downs, and last year was good. He had a very good result in World Cup. He only didn't qualify by very little. And then there's unexpectedly easy Grand Swiss. I say unexpectedly easy because at times it seems the points were almost forcing themselves onto him. It gives that impression. Now, it's always nice when that happens, but that he won 2 games at the end and even clinched unshared first. That showed that he was in his element. And I think it's because of all this pressure of, Gukesh and Prag and everything breathing down his back. He finally clicked, and after that he's been generally very, very good.
Next is our own Chennai kid, Pragyananda Prag. Your thoughts about him?
In a sense, very similar, where his potential was revealed very, very early. And it was always clear that he had a natural gift. We've gotten so used to him now that it's hard to remember that till May last year, he was struggling within the definition of the word. It didn't look like anything was changing, but then suddenly he won this tournament in Hungary, he qualified in the World Cup, and then suddenly he was the top scorer in the Global Chess League. He was the top scorer in Dusseldorf. He did well in Grand Swiss, though he didn't need to qualify, good stable performance. Suddenly he was outperforming everywhere. Now I think he just feels more confident, and he has already set his sights much higher. I wouldn't be surprised if he qualified for the final.
And how do you see Gukesh's chances going into the candidates?
Very similar to what I would say for Prag, except Gukesh is by nature more volatile. His results swing much more. He's had real disasters, which Prag hasn't faced in a very long time. If at all, I can't remember a huge disaster. But then he has the strength to come back, which is good because he needs it. He has bigger swings within his thing. But it's also because he's much more ambitious. He's, I think, trying to push his limits. Look, I don't know how all of them will evolve. And at this point, they're changing very fast, and their experiences are also making them change fast. I think, though, that what I suggested to him, that it's around about the time the Olympiad finished and so on, I suggested to him that he should maybe work more closely with Gajewski because his openings needed stabilizing. He would need a full-time trainer and all that. That has driven a lot of things as well because he's working and training very hard. He's never going to have a problem with work or finding the ability to work. My observation about him is he finds it harder to relax. And you need a balance in everything. So I think he needs to compensate on the other side. It's usually the opposite we tell youngsters. You have to work harder. You have to relax more. So that's going to be fun with him.
And our latest grandmaster, Vaishali.
Vaishali did a condensed version of what Prag did. I mean, essentially a long struggle, and then the skies opened, so to speak. This Grand Swiss result was huge, and after that, she got her grandmaster title as well. Huge achievement. Hopefully, she's going to ride that confidence. I think she now has the strength and maybe even the self-belief that. She herself mentioned that at some point she realized Prag had gotten much stronger than her. Her recent performances, has given her the confidence she really needs.
Of course, the fifth candidate, one of the strongest women players India has ever produced, Koneru Humpy.
She's coming to it from a totally different perspective. She's been here, done all this before, and then she's at a new stage in her life. She's now a parent, she's a mother, she has to combine, balance all that. She plays less sometimes. She goes months without playing, but then comes back. She can surprise you. In the last couple of years, I've really been impressed by her performance in the World Rapid and Blitz. And that shows, I think, that her connection and feeling for the game is very good. She's going to be sensible and stable in the candidates, and hopefully that is enough.
Hello, and we are back this time with the in-game portion of the round 3 women's candidates. We've had 3 games finished. It was a draw between Humpy, Koneru, Tan Zhongyi, also a draw between Lei Ting-jae, and also it was a win for Vaishali, who defeated Salimova. 1 game remaining, that is between Anna Muzychuk and Katerina Lagno. Now, there was a little bit of drama with Lagno trying to incorrectly claim a 3-fold repetition, but the players have reached this particular position on move 40, and it is stage critical for Anna because she is in a winning position, but there is only one path forward, and it's quite spectacular, I would say.
Yes, it's not easy to figure out, and also at this point, I think Anna might feel that it should be winning. It's either winning or by almost winning. But this is the question, whether is she going to be realizing that. One thing is for sure, she's not going to play Queen G4 anymore. She cannot play Queen G4 anymore, because even if Queen G5 would not be equalizing, already by playing King F7, I think it would be the third move, 3-fold repetition. So this is for sure cannot be the move which she's thinking of. So this is elimination is already done with this. So what can she be thinking of? Is Queen E8 check, because White has to give it check.
There's 2 options, right? Rook to G8, which is what
Rook
the move you mentioned. Now, Rook to G8 would be a draw. Queen to E8, just to reveal all the spoilers, is the only move to win. And it's deep. Shall we show it, Judith?
Maybe let's see first why Rook G8 is not winning.
Okay, so Rook to G8 doesn't win because after Rook to 8, so obviously this pawn on G7 must be defended. So here you go Rook to A1 check, King H2, and now the Queen swings over to E5. G3, and now F5. So this
So
queen
what?
on E5 nicely covers G7. And one idea that we saw is that you simply just introduce new pieces into the attack with H4.
Can I go rook E8 instead of H4?
Yeah, sure. You can go rook to E8. But here you just continue in the same vein. I'm trying to think of where I want to put my queen. And
Are you sure? It's not rook D1?
you want to go rook to D1? I didn't see that one because queen takes C6.
Rook
Check.
D6?
Uh-huh. I was just thinking queen, rook attacks queen, queen moves. So, okay, so Judith's pointed out rook to D1. Aha. So queen takes C6 is going to be met by rook to D6. And then
but
is
you know
coming.
what's winning? I think after rook D1, rook E6. And on king
Mhm.
H7, queen E8. And then queen G6, rook E8.
And then, so that once the queen moves, let's put her on to C5, then queen to G6, king G8, rook to E8, and now the queen has to come back. And unfortunately, black can't even count a rook takes queen because queen to E6 check is going to net the full lady. So yeah, that's game over. Lovely find there by Judith. So rook to D1 doesn't work. Instead, move the queen. Now the question is where to move the queen. I can hide my king on H7. So I was thinking C5 so that I can attack F2.
But this is losing, right? Because of queen E6.
Yeah, but then there was the hiding. Oops,
Queen
no.
G8, Queen
King
G8
G8.
and rook
And I've fallen
E6.
for this one again. Yeah, king to G6. So you have to step up
to H5.
Okay. No. I'm not going to go in for this. I'm going to go queen to D5. No check for you today.
And if rook E6 check?
King H7. Now I can hide there.
And on queen E8, rook A8.
Ah, very nice.
Is that your only move? But
yes.
No. Oh, you save yourself. If the pawn would be on C3, you're lost. Because queen G6 and rook E7.
Okay, so let me just let me put the pawn on C3 and let me just wait. Does it? Okay, so queen to G6. How is it?
No, you have to go to H8. You have to go to H8 to go rook G8 or queen G8.
Yeah. Because this you cover the diagonal. Now I get you.
Yeah. That was the reason.
Yes, very nice find. But okay, well, rook to G8 is very, very tempting, isn't it? So.
And Anna is down under 15 minutes.
Yes. So rook to G8, this is the drawing thing. So we saw rook to E8, you just simply go queen to D5 and hide the king on H7. And this is a draw. Now, the engine says that the only path forward is not rook to G8. And again, I feel that this one is really difficult to see because it's many moves down the line. So queen to E8, the king steps up to G5. And now you go queen to F7.
And after rook A1 check.
After rook A1 check, king H2. Queen E5. And here it just looks like we've got the same position, G3, and here black can go F5, right? But no, and this is what Anna has to
Well,
spot.
the thing is that after H4, king G4, and black is just lucky to escape to F3. But what about king G2 now?
Yeah, king G2 is going to be a win. So
after H4? King G4, King G2 wins?
Yeah, king to G2 wins.
Also wins.
It also wins, but we have to show the most beautiful checkmate. Look at this, because Anna, well, she can spot f4. Look at this; it's so beautiful. Because after e takes f3, you go h4, king to
She
g4,
missed
and
it.
there is no hiding place. Queen to g6. Okay, let's go back to the game. What did she play? She played rook to g8.
Rook G8. Missed the win.
Oh, but it was such a subtle maneuver, putting the queen to e8, just using the queen and then moving it over to f7. It's so much more natural to put the rook to g8 to use all of the pieces in the attack. And now here, the only way for Lagno to defend the g7 is to throw in rook a1 and then queen to e5 check.
Yes, but I think there is no other way, so she's not going to spend too much time on that because it's all forced.
Yep.
Right? There is simply no other option.
No, there's nothing else to do. I'm in complete agreement about that.
When we check this line, rook a1, king h2, queen e5, g3, f5, rook e8, and we have it on the board, rook a1 check.
And then we were looking at rook e8.
Queen e5 check, g3 is played very fast. Anna knows that
all
her
forced.
time is... Yeah, and she knows that her time is very little, so every second has to be treasured.
Yep. And here, f5, black has to defend g7 pawn. Of course, f5 played. And here, white has some options. You can play h4, you can play rook e8, attacking the queen.
After rook e8, is queen d5 the only move? That's what you said. And after rook e6, king h7, queen e8. Is rook a8 the only draw? It
Yes.
is, right?
So this was the...
Yeah, that's easy to blunder.
Rook a8. The only draw. But queen to d5 isn't the only move, but it's based on putting the queen on d5. So another option is to go, and this is again just the computer being insanely clever, is to go queen to c5. And then once the queen goes to e6, it runs up to h5.
h5.
Yeah. And the only move, because as we saw, if the king runs here, then we have queen to g8, king g6, rook e6 is just going to be game over once the rook gets involved. So king h5, king to g5 is also fine. But
so actually, it seems that black is not going to be losing this game, I think, anymore. After if white plays rook e8.
Well, you have to see rook a8, and you also have
to
understand.
Well, you can go queen c5 and king h5. That's the other one.
Yeah. You also have to understand that this position is ultimately fine for you.
Well, sometimes you just play to survive.
Exactly.
And you play the only moves, what you can.
And this one feels very, very dangerous. I mean, even like putting your king on h5, I'm not sure whether I'd have the guts to do that. I might put the king on g5.
Well, if you see that you cannot go to h7 because of queen g8 and rook e6 and you can resign, you do go forward.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, you go forward, but I'm not sure I would put my king on g5. Yeah, allow h4. It just feels really, really hair-raising. And if you get to this position and after rook to e8, you don't see that in your calculation you don't see this rook a8 move,
Then you're in trouble.
then you're in trouble. And you might
But you
reject
don't
it straight away.
resign. You will find it if you get here.
Yeah.
So there are some saving things, you know, like I give some training, and then there are some positions that that I say that you have to calculate and see all the way. And then let's say the student says, well, okay, no big deal. I play this, and when I get there, I'm going to find it. And this is actually the position, that kind of position that you might say so, and it works that way. That, okay, here rook e8, then Lagno plays queen d5, blunders, let's say, rook e6, king h7, queen e8. Then there is a panic. She has enough time. She took on c6.
She took on c6 check.
Wow.
Okay. And so the balance is restored, but queen takes c6 check.
Maybe she just wants to go after king h7, queen c8.
There's also queen f6. But queen f6, we have queen e8 again. It's black is not out of the woods yet.
No.
King, which one would you choose? Queen f6? Somehow I would feel more comfortable having my queen closer to the king.
Yeah, queen f6 is very sensible.
Okay, so let's block that check. Let's dive in, and now queen e8, queen f7. And I would be very happy to accept a draw.
But okay, after queen f7, she goes queen c8, let's say.
Okay, so queen here. Okay, so any checks? Any
queen c8 or queen b8? Okay, let's say queen c8, because queen b8 you go rook b1.
Okay, yeah.
Though maybe here after queen c8 you go e3.
Can I go rook a2?
After rook a2 you get rook f8.
Yeah.
And you resign, yeah?
I do resign. Yes,
so there are plenty of opportunities still to lose the game.
Yep. Maybe I like these type of moves in this type of position. Just bring the rook back and call
rook
all the
f8,
forces together.
d7.
Yeah, that's the big idea. And then rook c7 and hope. Yeah. And
yeah.
Okay, Katerina's played a move.
They agreed to a draw. Queen c6 draw offer.
Okay.
Unexpected.
Yeah, I didn't catch that one at all. Oh wow, that was a sudden finish to a very interesting position. Wow, what a fight between these two players. Anna Muzychuk, she had a winning position, but the path was so narrow. And in the end, after rook to g8, queen takes c6, draw has been agreed. And Katerina Lagno can breathe a sigh of relief. And for Anna Muzychuk, just don't turn on the engine when you get back to the room. And then
she'll get to know before that.
Yes.
there are always friends letting you know that what you've missed. Or just a fan who is going to tell, hey, you were winning, +9.
And then we can see today's results, and you can see it was a draw between Alexandra Goryachkina, Lei Ting-jae, also a draw between Katerina Lagno and Anna Muzychuk, and it was Vaishali who defeated Salimova. She was the sole victor of this round, and that means that we can also take a look at today's standings, because Tan Zhongyi, she started with a perfect 2 out of 2, and now she's on 2.5 points out of 3. She showed some incredible preparation there to easily neutralize Humpy Koneru with the black pieces. Alexandra Goryachkina remains in second place with 2 points, and now Humpy Koneru, Katerina Lagno, and Vaishali are now all on 1.5 points. What an exciting day of action, Judith. I've enjoyed it immensely. Well, what have you felt about the day?
Well, we had some very interesting openings, and also the outcome in the middle game and end game. Even the game Lei, well, I cannot say even. I mean, the game Lei versus Goryachkina, it was very interesting with the Evans Gambit. It was interesting middle game. I felt that there were moves which both players thought that they have done kind of to gain advantage. For example, I think Lei was optimistic and she was really wanted to gain advantage with a4, c4, but she was kind of not fast enough. And at the end, it was clear that it was simplification to the end game, and there was nothing to do. And of course, the big lot of excitement was with the Vaishali game, where it was ups and downs, and basically the game was there was a novelty, I think, move 12, and basically up to move 16, everything was decided in 4 or 5 moves. The time was used. Basically, both of them used almost all their time. So it was very interesting to see the only moves, how it was discovered by Salimova, and then actually Vaishali reacted very well, but then mistake after mistake came from Salimova. Somehow she cracked. And of course, finally, the game of Anna versus Katarina, it was really exciting because it didn't seem to be so dangerous for Black. But eventually, there were a lot of difficulties for Black with that very strange pawn structure with very weak king. And there was the only way of winning, which was not able Anna to find, which was not easy, but definitely she will not sleep well tonight.
Oh, yeah, it will be a painful discovery for her, but in the end, it was quite the hard-fought draw. And I love the spirit of the players. I love Lei Ting-jae's Evans Gambit. And here are tomorrow's pairings. We can see Katerina Lagno. She has a good score against Tan Zhongyi. Nurgul Salimova, she'll be looking to bounce back. She has white pieces against Humpy Koneru. Alexandra Goryachkina faces off against Vaishali, who scored that much important comeback win. And Anna Muzychuk, she plays Lei Ting-jae. Which one of those matches catches your eye, Judith?
I'm very much interested how Vaishali is going to be continuing her tournament against Goryachkina. Very tough match, very interesting. How much Goryachkina will be pressing, what will be, but of course there are other very interesting matches. How Tan Zhongyi will be continuing her tournament. Is she going to be showing great opening preparation and huge stability and good play, or maybe Katarina can unbalance her?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be full of excitement. If anything, if today is anything to go by, we saw opposite side castling, we saw Evans Gambit, romantic swashbuckling gambits, and we also saw king hunts and devastating attacks. I'm expecting more of the same tomorrow. Judith, it has been an absolute pleasure commentating all the action alongside you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank everyone at home for tuning in and watching. Until tomorrow, I'll see you then.